Alright, I got into music of all. Yeah, so I started that up pretty quickly then from the other side. I'm going to be sending some links out, so anyone that wants to join, I will send it to your email address. Yeah, so please let me know if you want to jump on the panel. If you can, then could you perhaps stream out so maybe more people can come over? Maybe some new people might join and have a chat. Yeah, so let me sort some links out. If anyone wants to join, then again, let me know. Send me an email to realconversationsgoingon@gmail.com. Okay, and then we can yeah, so do that if you want to join in. So I'm going to just send it out to Lee Edwards. So let me just do that. I'm just going to try StreamYard actually, just try let's just do that. All right, so if I go Lee Edwards, I'll put the link to him. Problem is, if I share the screen, then it'll share the link. Suppose I could maybe try and delete the. Actually, no, because I'm not doing a Google Hangout. So, well, at least I don't think I am, unless people have problems with it. Then I'm just going to do it on here. Hopefully, it's all working fine. Let me just send it out then. So I go to invite. So I copied that. And now should be able to paste that in. Hang on, I don't know if that should be a working link. I'll put my headphones on. Don't know if they're working. Hopefully they are. You can send it out to Tom as well, probably, if he wants to come on. Right. So if anyone wants to bring up a topic, then that'd be great. So hopefully they'll join me soon. Actually, maybe I should have sent it there. Let's try that. Send it to him on Hangouts, whatever it call it. Maybe we've got it now. For some reason, he wasn't getting messages that I was sending him the other way. Right. Right. Tom's barbecue is next week, or already happened. It's already happened. I was talking about that earlier, about my experience yesterday with the getting to it and then getting back. It was kind of a nightmare, but at the same time, I kind of dealt with it. Um, so I'm just waiting for someone to join me. So you know where to send the. Might put it in the chat so people know where to send it to. Send. I mean, I'll put. Send a message to. Hang on, I put it in the wrong place. What the hell? Right, I need to go back to. Send a message to real conversations going on at gmail.com for the link. You can have a link. Cool. I'll send it to your email, but I'm doing it on StreamYard, so you might have to like sign up. But it's really quick. Just it's not a problem. Right. Let me just sort this out. I go to I need to invite, copy it, and then go to put your name in, because I already have your address in here saved. Because whenever I type someone in, it'll save it. Just try that link, see if it works. Yeah. Right. Yeah, it was all right. Thanks, Into. Yeah. Only ended up being there for a little over 3 hours, but I was happy with that, I guess. But it's all worth it for me. As they say, it's not all about the destination; it's about the journey. That's just as important, if not more important, than the destination. You just got to appreciate everything, appreciate all the nature, all the the surroundings and everything. It's kind of fun listening to some of the people. Like sometimes you get these people on the train and stuff, and they can be quite interesting and kind of helps kind of pass the time a bit, I suppose, when people are talking about stuff. even just like general life stuff can be kind of entertaining. Yeah. So I'm going to be sharing this out on Twitter and Facebook. Just maybe get more people on. I've got. Let me sort it out. Click, copy, paste. Right. Copy this. I apologise if anyone's waiting, because I have to let them in if there's someone in. Right. Oh, hang on, Mick. Right, got Mick here.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hello. So you made it on here then? Yeah, I could.
Yeah, it's weird this time.
I could hear me and you.
Well, I've nailed the other page out on me.
That's what I was just joking about your dialect. Where you say, "Can you hear us?" It's like,
That's not the dialect.
can you hear me? But you say, can you hear us? Like it's me and you. Like, yeah, it's kind of. I was talking about that before about the like different accents, how diverse it is for like the size of Britain. You know, the British Isles. I mean. So what have you been up to then?
Not much. Yeah, I just been making stuff and putting it on eBay. Just work, really.
So you've been like kind of using like your like trade skills, if you will, like.
Yeah, just really, I've just turned a hobby into a living. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you're passionate about it, then why not make a living from it? Because I think that's what we all want to do, really. No one wants to be working for a corporation that they don't want, that's not going to fulfill them in any that doesn't make them feel very productive or any of that, or creative or any of that.
Or if your hobby's your work, it's not really work, is it?
Well, that's it. But what is work? I mean, work to me is like when someone's working, it's doing a job, isn't it? It's fulfilling a purpose, isn't it? Like when your clock's working, I suppose it's just kind of doing what it's been set to do. Like,
well, our work's hardly fit. We're working for others, aren't we? We're not working for ourselves.
Yeah, that's it. It's that you're putting your energy out to fulfill others while you just get peanuts.
Well, even doing this, it's like I create stuff, but because it's a living, that I have to get rid of it all. Do you know what I mean?
So well, yeah, if you have to like kind of if you get excess, then you don't want to just keep all that. It's like, I mean, if people would like grow like fruit trees and stuff, and then they have too much for themselves, then why don't they just like give the rest to people who need it? You know?
Well, it's like round hours when I was brought up, it was my parents was like must have been young during the war, so everybody had vegetables in the garden because it was like what was the norm back then. And as supermarkets came along, it all starts to fade out, and people want gardens to sit in. But back then, if you had cabbages, you couldn't eat all the cabbages at the time they were harvested. So people just give you some of theirs, and they give you some back when they had their crops, and that's how it should be.
That whole bartering thing, isn't it?
It's not even bartering. It's I can't eat this; it will go off.
Well, it's just kind of like sharing, isn't it? Sharing is caring and all that.
It is sharing, yeah.
But even if you don't care so much, it's more just about kind of disposing of waste, really. Well, what would have gone to waste? But none of it's really waste because you can just compost what you've got anyway and use it as a fertilizer.
Yeah, but you could compost all food and people would suffer. So it'll turn into fertilizer anyways. So you may as well give it to a person. You've got to be thinking.
Yeah, that's it. Because if they eat it and then because they could excrete that and then replenish the soil with it, as long as it's clean. I suppose even if it's not clean, you can compost it and actually. Because I saw this like off-grid kind of video where he lives in a tiny little house that's only about, I think it's 50 square feet or something, and he literally has this like swing that he goes on and stuff. It looks really like good. Like it was just really simple, but he lived near a beach, so he says that he doesn't like go in showers and stuff. All he does is he just kind of goes down to the sea and gets in the water, and that's what cleans him, keeps him clean and everything. And he has a tiny house, and 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 he has this like thing where he has this toilet, and what you do is you put leaves down it, so it pushes down all the feces. So yeah, it's all just very simple stuff.
When it breaks down, it becomes you can handle it. It doesn't become a problem anymore, does it? Like a dry manure, isn't it? So you put sawdust and leaves, and after so many months, it's in different stages. You can actually pick it up, and you wouldn't even know it was shit at one point.
Well, all the bad bacteria that would have been in it probably gone by then anyway, hasn't it?
Well, there's no such thing as bad bacteria. It's only
no, because you need a certain amount of it, don't you? Because you have it to build immunity and stuff, don't you?
Yeah. Well, that's got to be the way things have to return to. It's like, was it empathy with thermodynamics? Like everything returns back to its original state. So it doesn't matter what we do, if we do it all wrong, you're going to be forced to go back to the way it's supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like with all the plastic stuff. And now people are finding that you can actually use plastic as a fuel source. So I think at some point maybe that's what's going to happen, where people are going to be forced to use that as like not forced, because I don't like the word forced, because that's like a sort of kind of like a pushy kind of thing, isn't it? It's like I don't like the word force in any way, but as in like they're going to be encouraged to be finding ways to dispose of the plastics in a safe way. So if they can turn it into fuel and have little to no like carcinogens from it or whatever, any of the toxins from it, then great, because there's a big plastic problem at the moment. It's all being dumped in the ocean, or like it's supposedly it's being recycled, but then it's being recoiled and all that. It's just, yeah.
Well, isn't it just a reflection of culture? It's like if you've got to throw away a culture, it's you throwing the world away, because it's like it's part of us. So if you became conscious and you wasn't a throwaway world, and you took, like, say, a glass container to the shop and had it filled, and you took it away and there was no boxes or packaging, then the world heals, doesn't it? Because you become more conscious. Because it is
Yeah.
us. It's the same thing. Like, you're not separate from this world, are you? You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for this world.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It gives birth to everything, and it takes it when they're dead as well, doesn't it? So it's the way things are.
Well, yeah, we could talk about what happens after death and all that, the philosophical questions and all that, and what really happens and all that. Which
Do you want to talk about that?
I'm not really bothered. Really, it's like whatever people want to talk about, not forcing anyone to talk about whatever it is that I might want to talk about. I'm not really too bothered.
No, I like talking about it. I can
Yeah,
go
I
on
like to talk
anything.
about like existential type of topics. It's quite fascinating. But I was thinking about, with the theory of evolution, because I don't know, it might not be too related to that, but I guess in a way, like it is because of we've been led to believe that we've come from, literally rock slime. Yeah. So
Yeah.
that's supposed to be where we come from, primordial sludge or whatever you call it. And then that became, fish, and then that became mammals, or whatever. It became, whatever, like monkeys, and then that became humans. But, well, if that's true, then where are all these missing links? The evolutionary chain. Where is it all? Yeah, you got Lucy, but we've got Lucy though. Well, whatever. Is that the only bit of flimsy evidence that you've got? And
One freak of that you can't say whether it was supposed to be like that or not, because there's only one found, proves absolutely nothing. Could it be deformity? Could be a
yeah,
monkey?
it
Could
could
be
just be like an anomaly that someone's found.
yeah,
Just
like
because
the
of
elephant.
one anomaly, you can't really. It's like the confirmation bias, really. But the reason I wanted to
Yeah,
bring that up, because if there's no proof of evolution, then that calls into question everything. Because, well, if we haven't evolved from simpler life form, then how did we get here? What's this thing that's always present that is is creating life? What, if you know what I mean? Is
yeah,
not saying there's a god or any of that, but I mean it could just be that it's an energy.
yeah.
It's just a frequency that keeps changing form, and so when we die in this vehicle, we would just kind of like respawn in another body somewhere else. Like, who's to say that isn't possible?
Well, you know the hive mind.
Yeah, about like you mean like God being like this kind of like basically he was all knowing and then split himself and he's all in fragments, and it's like so he could like forget everything and just become like compartmentalized and be in little bits. Like if you take a piece of glass and just shatter it, you've got all these bits, and it's all like it all gets confused, and it's just all. And maybe the purpose of life is to kind of piece all the bits together. So by people finding people that are on their wavelength, maybe they can actually fit together and build the puzzle back up. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know. Maybe that's.
if something came about and it wants to create more things to keep what going, life or the experience, of life?
What's
life
that?
itself will be pretty pointless without the experience. So once you start to experience it, want to make something that keeps that experience extended, wouldn't you? Not life itself, because life's only a vessel for the experience, isn't it?
Well, it's life so much until you've experienced everything. So maybe the reason for dying and coming back is so you can forget everything and then start with a clean slate. So then you can just kind of re-experience it over. So it's like it's new again. Because I was thinking that you'd get to a point where you've heard every song that you could hear. You've been to every place that you could possibly go to, and you've done everything that you could possibly do in life. And you get to a point where you're like, why would I want to live here anymore when everything's just going to be repeating over? I'd rather erase my memory and come back and pretend like like it's all new again.
Well, if God was a thing, would he be a physical thing or a conscious thing?
To me, it would be like an energy kind of thing. It would be like because I see everything's an energy, isn't it? Like in some way.
Yeah, but what I mean is, if you've got if you're the only one consciousness and you think of something, it's pointless without anybody else, isn't it? Because you wouldn't even know whether you was here. So you have to have something to experience. So everything starts to become a reflection, doesn't it? It's like I can only hear something if the sound bounces off something, or if the sound wave happens.
Oh yeah.
So if you just thought, you can't separate thought only to put the thought into something physical and separate the physical. And then there's that thing where we're still connected mentally, and there's that the sense of God, because we're still that one consciousness that's split up.
Well, to me, just like God's like a concept. It's like the highest kind of, I guess it's kind of unattainable in a way, but you can get closer to it. It's basically, you could see it as being the sum of everything. It could be like the sum of all parts is what God is. Like, so me, you, everyone else is all part of that. And if we was to come together, and kind of put all of our energies together, then we would be like God in a way, because we could achieve much more when we all come together. Yeah.
Well, if God was a thing, he only produces man in his image, so all the animals is made in the image of what? Just his ideas. You can't think of anything that you've never seen.
Yeah, you have to, like you say, you have to have a reference point.
Yeah. So everything from the first thought in your head when you're born has an effect upon now.
Weren't you that was saying how, like, when you're born and there's certain things that you could carry over, where it's like you learn how to do it without being taught it in a way, like you just kind of pick it up by yourself.
Like in the way that you breathe and your heart beats and all these things, there's things that make you human, like to love, to know right and wrong from that reference point of love and hate.
Well, some might just say that that's kind of mechanisms to do with the way we've evolved and all that. But again, if evolution it's being called into question, then everything's called into question then.
Well, for evolution to work, let's say the eye evolves, because they talk about how amazing the eye is. So it could evade its predators. Now, what do the predators detect things with? And then it means for life to exist, it has to have a whole chain of things. It can't have one thing isolated, because that one thing has to eat something that's already living. So you don't see anything that's alive that eats something that's inert.
What do you mean?
I mean, if I'm a human, I eat a living plant. I can eat other stuff, but it has to come from something that's living. I couldn't just eat artificial, say, from being a baby, just eat vitamins and supplements. I would die. So everything has to come from something. Like, say, the bacteria has to have enzymes and things in the gut to digest stuff. So all them things have to be in place. So that it's like the best one I had with evolution is to say that something started from nothing and the complexity of the single cell isn't the way that Darwin thought it was when he discovered it. He thought it was a simple thing because we're looking at it just under a lens. But now science knows it's much more complicated, and it's actually more complicated than New York City. So for that to come along out of nowhere, just pop up, is like saying a whirlwind has just gone through that scrapyard and it's assembled a Boeing 707 ready for takeoff.
What they'll say is because of over time, over millions of years, it's become this what it is now. But what they're doing is they're assuming that they're seeing all these things from millions of years ago, like the dinosaur bones. I don't know if that's. I've heard this theory though. It's quite interesting. That what if dinosaurs are actually a cover up for dragons?
Well, it is folk tales of dragons, so you can't rule it out. And if things flew, these dragons had big chests. So I watched a thing on this. This is from when I was a kid. I mean, really small, and I got us thinking. It was telling you how to see if things were feasible. So I'll give you the dragons as a scenario and says, could they have existed? And it says, well, there's stories of these dragons having huge chests, so they could have filled up with hydrogen, so they could float with these little wings. So it was like half zeppelin, half bat sort of thing. And the chemicals that would produce the hydrogen, if it had been killed, could have corroded once it leaked out the stomach and dissolved most of the bones up. So there wouldn't be many remains left. It wasn't saying that's what happened. It was just saying, could you make it feasible? And then it was saying to ignite the fire out of its mouth. There's these beetles that have a chemical reaction, fire beetles or something that start fires, fire bugs. So they could have like something that could light the gas coming out. So it's not saying whether it was true. It was saying, is it feasible? And yes, it is. Is it likely? It's a different story, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or feasibility.
But what they say is that these bones are millions and millions of years old. But how do they know that?
You can only know your own lifetime, and then it starts to get fuzzier and fuzzier. So
Yeah, because what could have happened back in the olden days, no one knows about that. There could have been some kind of catastrophic event. There could have been all kinds of things. So when people are trying to date, like carbon dating and all that, whatever they do, it's all based on assumptions that that the aging process or whatever of these things was the same back then as it is now. Like it could have been a totally different environment that caused things to age a lot quicker, if you get what I'm saying.
yeah, there could be different
Like there could have been
stages.
things that causes petrification and stuff like that, you know.
Well, do you know cognitive dissonance? It's when you have a whole string of beliefs and somebody brings something to the contrary, and because it
Yeah,
doesn't
that
fit,
contradictory, like
yeah. Well,
yeah.
you see that stories all the time, don't you? Like the London hammer that's turned to coal, the handle, yet it's a hammer. So man wasn't supposed to be around when before like coal, the trees formed into coal. So does science have the same problem? Because it doesn't fit with the mainstream, we have to chuck that little bit of evidence out, but that main little bit of evidence contradicts everything you know now. So that they're suffering from it themselves, the mainstream, I would say.
Yeah, sorry about that dark matter theory. I'm not really too sure on that. I mean, because
Oh,
they say that there's this dark matter that feels like a void in their model, a massive void in their model.
do you know when
So
it's, do you know when Einstein's theory fell apart? That was a patch. That was to make it work because when they spun it in the computer, everything just flew apart like you would expect. And then they were saying because there's a vacuum because of the expansion, something has to be putting something back in as it's expanding out. Otherwise, that
yeah, there has to be
vacuum,
like a counter force to it. You mean?
yeah. So it's all just
That every
bullshit.
reaction has an equal and opposite reaction and all that.
Yeah. In other words, you couldn't
So that
just suck something.
what they were witnessing, that the known supposed like mass of the universe or whatever, and energy of the universe wasn't enough, so they had to add this kind of placeholder in. So yeah, I question it all really. I mean, even if I don't necessarily think it's flat or whatever, with the Earth and all that, but I think there's a lot more things to question though.
Yeah, definitely. It's the stuff what NASA talks about is the biggest things that should be getting questioned.
Yeah, because if there's a lot of money behind what they do, then that in itself should make you question it. Because when there's a lot of money in something, you got to think, well, are these people legitimate about the discoveries, or
Well,
are they
let's
just, or is it just confirmation bias on things and just trying to make stuff up and
well, sometimes you
because
need it.
they're invested in it all and all that.
Well, sometimes you need a whopper of a lie like NASA to be so obvious that it now points other things out that you might have gone by unnoticed. Because now you're critical about everything, aren't you? Not just NASA. Like history, everything's like comes into question.
Well, you get these
So,
people that say, like, the veganism, they say that's an agenda, which I think they're right to some extent. There is an agenda to it, but it's not what
well,
they
how,
think, I don't think.
well, what about if this world's about cause and effect and the agenda is meat eating to keep us in place through karma, cause and effect?
Yeah, well, what they
So,
say is that what is it? That veganism's like Agenda 21 or Agenda 2030 or whatever, and that the it's like to enslave people, make people weak, make people. I mean, I don't think that's what they're doing. I think it's all about. Well, I think possibly it's divide and conquer. That's one scenario. They just want to try and create a lot of division, try and throw people off the bigger picture.
well, think of this. Think of the meat, because I'm the same as you. I don't mind what people eat, what they want. It's them who pay the consequences. If I make the wrong stuff, I'll pay the consequences. So let's just say is what I say. You know what I mean? But it does. If somebody starts questioning what I'm doing, I'm going to start telling them the reasons why I think that. And if I come across to like that to that, then that's their fault for questioning me. But the thing is, if you do you know chicken has its breast, isn't it, that you eat,
Yeah,
and
most
it
of
goes
the
on
time it's, or it might be wings or something, whatever. But
right now. Muscle is only grows through stimulation.
yeah, like
It,
if you're doing like working out or you're using
yeah.
steroids or something like that.
So muscles only has to be fed protein, and then it has to be stimulated to grow through exercise. Now, that's the same for everything. So how can you have these chickens that's too big to support their own weight because the chicken breast is too
Yeah, that's
big?
if it was in nature, they wouldn't probably have as much protein then, would they?
No, well, the thing is, you've got say you've been giving your child chicken and all the meats from a baby, and they're on steroids. You are going to be stronger, right? And then you might feel weaker if you start on a vegan diet. But here's the thing, and this is the way I look at it: is if you had like something that says go and you burn all your energy up now, you're done quicker. With
I
veganism, it's
don't
like
actually feel weaker though. But to
well,
be
I
fair, I
can't.
never was a massive meat eater anyway. But yeah, I don't
Yeah,
feel
but
weaker.
I'm talking about. I don't feel weaker, but I am because when I get on the weights, I can't push as the same as what I was when I was on a meat diet.
Well, I said this before. To me, it's all about necessity. I mean, who needs to be doing that anyway? Who needs to be put? Because it was interesting what someone was saying. The word exercise. It's like the word exorcism. It's like you're putting your body through all this strain, like unnecessary strain, to build all this muscle, so you can like. For some people, it's like they want to be able to like lift all these big weights and stuff, but who needs to really be doing that?
Well, that's the society and the machoism.
Yeah, that's
Machoism.
the ego, isn't it?
Yeah, this is what defines you as a man. Do you know what I mean? Like, to
Thing
not
is,
care.
though,
Yeah.
if you need to lift something heavy, guess what? You can just have two of you do it.
Well, do you know what? Your brain can lift more than what your body can. If you use your brain, you can manage to lift that, whatever it is. You'll
What do you
find
mean
some
it's
way to
like
do it.
mind over matter, you mean?
No, I mean, you'll use a lever, you'll use a barrier, you'll use something.
Yeah,
Because
that's it. So you can like use
think of
your
all,
brain to like get around any kind of obstacle
yeah, that's because
to make you more efficient.
that's what we've got, isn't it? A brain, a big brain. So that's what we're supposed to use.
Well,
That's
someone
what.
was because I was talking about the vegan thing with someone, and he was going on about how we're the top of the food chain. So yeah, apparently we're the top of the food chain because we have brains, so we can use our brains to like outwit the prey or whatever, so that we can kill that. But what if you was in a situation where no matter how much brains you've got, there's no way that you'd have any chance. Like, what if you was in shark-infested water with no things with you? You have no chance.
But with one shark, you have. Because people can do things to sharks that just settle them. I've seen somebody
Well, I suppose
with
if you kind of have that brain, I mean, it depends if you've got that brain capacity at the time to be able to.
yeah, it's whether you've got that experience, isn't it?
Yeah, but we're not naturally. I don't think we're naturally the top of the food chain anyway.
Well, I would say bacteria is.
Well, yeah,
If
because it rules us, doesn't it? Like
yeah,
we need all that bacteria to be able to like utilize some of the food that we eat.
plus if bacteria is eating you, you can't just get rid of it. It's if it's the right bacteria, there's nothing you can do about it. So to save everything,
Yeah,
I'm not
like
like
parasites and stuff that there's no predator that actually can outsmart them or any of it or outbrawn them.
well, it's about balance, isn't it, Jamie? So what I would have to say is there's no top of the food chain. Everything's just in its right order.
Well,
It's
yeah,
if you
that's getting into like the ego mindset, isn't it? That thinking that you're
yeah
top of the food chain. It's like just accept that you're as much of a functioning part of it as any other animal.
yeah you're that thing that makes this whole thing work. Like you was talking about before, what work is. It's what makes this work, isn't it? But it's not working how it should. It's not working artificially.
My mum's in the chat. Negator XX, Brian Bronze, Skyfly Bry. See, it got into music of all. gins there as well. But yeah.
Uncommon, I'm like.
Well, thing is, right? Yeah, I've changed the password.
All right.
Well, but we were talking about this at the barbecue thing. I didn't eat any meat or any of that, by the way.
I was seeing you
but,
talking about contamination and stuff.
well, you wiped it off when they would put the sweet corn on us, but like, yeah. But whatever.
Can't be perfect. Yeah, go on.
But if you get a tiny bit in you, the point is though, it's not going to be like it's not going to increase the demand for that kind of stuff. If I eat something that says may contain milk or whatever, is that really going to increase the demand for that product? No, is it? Hell, I mean, maybe it was something wasn't totally clean, and then it just happened to get a bit on it. How is that going to increase the demand for that product? So to me, it's still vegan. Whatever. I mean, I don't like these labels anyway. So what is vegan? I mean, there's a vegan society definition, but not everyone's going to agree with their definition.
Well, vegan can be a shit diet as well. Can it be absolute fucking worse than bad meat eating diet if you're just eating sugar and sweets and stuff and say I'm a vegan? That would kill you faster, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, like because I was going to go on about that earlier, I kind of forgot to bring it up on. But I think I've mentioned it before. I might have mentioned it on a private one, but basically, you might have heard of Beyond Meat, right? These fake burgers. Look at all the shit that's in it. I think there's like 20 ingredients or so in that, and it's all loads of shit. Most of it, like your protein isolates and stuff like that, like horrible ingredients.
Super processed, super refined.
Really processed stuff. No wonder it costs a fortune. So I ain't buying that crap. It costs a fortune, and it's like full of processed junk. It's probably worse for you than but it's probably a lot worse than even though I think that burgers, because they're processed meat also, they're really bad for you. But these things are even worse.
Yeah. Looks like every time you buy something from the shop, you're taking a chance, aren't you? It's like you've got to be able to do it all yourself, really.
But that might be why they're trying to push the vegan, perhaps because they want people to be sick. So they just, and then people feel the need to have all these supplements because they're eating all the stuff that's devoid of nutrients because it's all processed.
Well, isn't it the same people who say you can put these E vitamin, E numbers, and all this crap in your food? They're the ones who okay it. They're the same ones who are selling you the cure. It's like the drug administration thing, isn't it? It's like,
Well, they say how they're like kind of drug dealers, the big pharma and all that.
because hospitals, it's like, how would we survive without hospitals and medicine? Well, how did we get this far? The hospitals and all this stuff, they're fairly new, aren't they, in the length of the species time?
But yeah, I was talking earlier about how doctors don't know everything, and people think they do and all that, but they don't. It's like apparently most of them still don't know that SIBO is actually the root cause of IBS in most cases. So when people get diagnosed with IBS, they're not telling them what the root cause of it is because they don't know. But if they knew what the root cause was and they'd say, "Oh yeah, you got SIBO, which is like small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, where the bacteria is actually migrated up to the or whatever, to the small intestines, and it's like fermenting the food and stuff, and that's why you feel bad, and you know.
Well, it's like doctors are just there to read off the internet and learn about drugs, aren't they? Because
Well,
it's
you just
so.
learn off the authorities because they're being fed.
Well, it's like the Rockefeller Foundation, isn't it? You know what I mean? That's responsible for most of it. Books in schools, what the teachers learn. It's like when you got one company behind loads of other companies, then you don't realise that all together. You think they're separate.
Yeah, it's like
No,
with, say, Nestle and all these other ones, Kraft and, you know, Roundtrees, Cadbury probably as well. I mean, they're all just kind of all together, really. It's like Coke and Pepsi, I reckon they're all just together. And they just create this kind of like idea of, like that you've got choice. Well, I guess you kind of do because it tastes a little bit different, but well, it's not that big of a difference.
yeah, but if I own three sweet companies, Nestle, let's say like Coca-Cola and Pepsi. So now I'll say, oh, the prices are so high because I've got to compete with Coca-Cola and Nestle. I'm
Oh,
competing
I
with
see. So
myself.
that's how they can like.
Price fix, isn't it? Same as they do with the cars.
Yeah, because it's like with the energy companies where it's like you've got British Gas that charges friggin' fortune, yeah,
Yeah.
and then you've got all these other companies that are cheaper. So it might be a psychological trick where you think, oh, British Gas is really expensive, isn't it? But oh, these other ones are cheap when they're not cheap because we should be getting it for free anyway. But whatever.
Well, there's the other thing with fuel. It's like everybody's gas now, and years ago it used to be coal fires, which you used to burn your rubbish, so say plastics would have been fuel back then,
Yeah.
and there
So
wouldn't be the
maybe
problem.
we just need a return back to tradition.
Well, if coal is a thing that sets on fire, and I've seen coal like coal that must be on fire under the ground, and there's a crack in the ground and smoke coming out for years. So it's a natural, what we would say is pollution, but it's dirty. So we say, oh no, that's wrong. But while we have it nice and clean, there's these gases and all these other things of crap that's poisonous. So it's like saying, I'll sit in this dirty room and have fresh air, or you sit in this lovely spotless room with poisonous gas. But it looks nice because it's not really better fire, is it? Because soot is just natural pollution, just gets absorbed back up by the ground, doesn't it? It's calm.
Yeah. Well, they're going about like all this coal and everything, and now we're running out of it, and we're all running out of all these what they call not non-renewable energy sources, but really they are renewable because when you use it, like if you use the oil and then it kind of just gets replenished, and then it just recycles.
Well, I do go, but I'll put it in paper bags where you're going to cut down more trees. Well, fucking paper's recyclable, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you just recycle the paper. When it can be recycled, it gets used as fuel, which that helps to grow the tree. So therefore, you create a little balance there. But the way we are now is still burying fuel, burying plastics, creating problems, then paying money to sort them problems out later, while keep creating them at the same time. It doesn't make any sense. It's just, do you know what? When I was on about the wisdom of the crowd before, so the
No.
crowd right over.
But,
Can I remember?
mm,
So a thing called the wisdom of the crowd. So it's like if you went to a fairground and everybody in that fairground got asked, how heavy is that lady there? There would be not many who would get it spot on, if at all. But if you tally everybody up and get the average, the whole crowd, it's extremely close. Right? So you take the ridiculous, you take the in both directions, and somehow there's a balance and you get really close to what it is. So if you think of government, it's that in reverse, isn't it? You've got the wisdom of the crowd run by a few head cases,
Yeah.
where it should be in hierarchy, not a hierarchy. They should be working for us how it's supposed to be, not the other way around. Them making the decisions. It's like they make decisions for us because they don't think we're clever enough to make our own decisions. But as the crowd, we make the best decisions. If the information's true,
Yeah.
you know, he's gone about your music before, Jamie, the different genres.
Pardon? Chopped up then.
He was talking about your
What you say
different.
about music?
Yeah, he was all about listening to different types of music.
Yeah,
sticking
I'm
to-
into like different types of music. Not stick to the. Sometimes I'll stick to one for a bit. Depends on what phase I'm in at the moment, you know.
So do you
But
think?
you know, with like the people that are into like the chart music, where they just listen to that and then they just kind of. A lot of times they're not really thinking about the music so much. They just kind of more just it's. I guess it's kind of just stuff that they just sing along to and not really thinking about it. They're just kind of. And they don't even realize what kind of messages that they're getting and stuff. They just kind of just being programmed and stuff.
Well, if you listen to the music, say like you're listening to music and you're not really listening to the lyrics, the lyrics is going into your subconscious subliminally.
Yeah.
And later on, when it's called, you didn't recognize it going in, so it feels exactly like it's your thought.
So it's like if you want to like think that they've come up with something, then you just like give them a subliminal message, you know, so
Well,
they
it's like
don't know
saying,
that you've made them think that because if for some reason you want to influence someone in a way, but you don't want them to know that you've influenced them, you have to be sneaky. Not that I'm advising people to do that because you don't want to be like kind of. I suppose in a way you're kind of imposing in a way.
well,
Like
say
you're
John
imposing on
Lennon.
someone else's kind of free will in a way.
Yeah. Well, it's just how we work. We only work on information that comes in, and we process it and put it back out. So if it's not coming in or it's coming in wrong, you can only process what's coming in. So, like, say, John Lennon's what's it called? Oh, he's fucking hit one. No heaven above us, no hell below that thing. What's it called again? I know.
What's that?
Oh, Jim.
What about the John Lennon heaven, no heaven, no hell?
Yeah, what's that song called again? Plays it on the piano. Don't know it's got on. Just gone. Imagine.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I know that one. Yeah, yeah, that's what
right.
John Lennon. Yeah,
So say, just I'm not saying this is how it is, but just use this as a scenario. You put that song out with a lot of other songs that people's just making up, but you put that song out specifically. Let's say you're living in a religious time, and you send that song out. So people's listened to it for 10 years. Then when you start to question religion, people would think of the words in that song and think, oh, I actually agree with that. And then it would feel like it's their opinion. But really, it was his because they never thought of it. So it's a kind of like how the subliminal works. Not exactly. Because you're conscious of that. The subliminal works when it slides in without you noticing. So you don't know that it's not your thought.
Yeah, so people think they have this like original thought when it's actually been implanted in there.
Well, you can only make a thought out of other thoughts. So where did them thoughts come from?
Yeah.
You blank at first, totally blank, because you can't formulate thoughts. That's
So
why
the
there's
thing
no
is,
memory.
like, when someone became conscious, supposedly
Yeah.
like consciousness evolved. Well, where did that come? Like, where was the thought come from then? Where
It makes
what
sense of it.
created thought?
You're pulling a pattern out of something in front of the ever-changing thing that we call life, isn't it? You see a pattern and you recognize it. And anything that isn't a pattern just becomes random to you.
Because to me, it just seems a bit magic to believe that from a Big Bang, whatever, cosmic expansion, whatever you want to call it, that you had non-intelligent matter, and then for whatever reason, sparked life, consciousness. Where did that all come from?
Well, what's your conclusion?
Well, I might agree with what you're saying, that possibly it's always been here. Like, what reason is for there to think any other?
Yeah, because consciousness has to be here before matter, because we only experience everything through consciousness.
Yeah, so how could anything be? Because I've thought about this, about like, was it like biocentrism or that kind of thing? And it made me think a lot a few years ago when I was looking into that stuff about, like, kind of how there needs to be an observer there for it to exist in a way. It's like, if there's no observer, then what is it? Like, what? Because you could say, oh, it's a bunch of waves and stuff like that. Well, you only can have waves where there's consciousness, because that's, it's there to receive that information. But without there being consciousness there, there's nothing to receive information. So it's just
So it's our existence.
nothingness.
It's our existence that we recognize. Nothing else really exists. It's to say, it's like, say, outside. Just say, for instance, outside of this universe that we thought it was, there was another universe that was totally different, but nobody's ever seen it or imagined it yet. So it isn't even a thought. Then how does it even exist? Because it can only happen with an observer to think it or to see it or to experience it.
So that's my problem with this Big Bang theory. So it happened 13.7 billion years ago, or whatever, 13.8, whatever the number that they come up with, right? Round it up to 14 billion or whatever. So how long was it until consciousness came about from this Big Bang? So it must have took a certain amount of time for matter to arrange itself in a certain way to create, unless somehow there was consciousness there while the Big Bang was taking place. Yeah. But how would that be? I mean, I'm just kind of, doing a thought. You're just thinking, well, what if there was consciousness? Let's just kind of play with the idea. What if there was consciousness there at the Big Bang? What if there was some kind of conscious being or beings while the Big Bang was taking place that could somehow exist while all that explosion's taking place?
So you can see things in your mind, can't you, without your eyes?
Like the mind's eye and all that.
Yeah, if you've never had visual stimulation ever for your whole life, you can't therefore imagine sight. You've got no reference point. You have no dark or light or anything. There's just nothing, isn't there?
Yeah, but they say that the Earth existed for 4 point some billion years without there being any life on it. It was just all, it was all forming and all that. So if that's the case, then who's to say that the Earth existed for all that time, unless someone saw it? Maybe someone in a distant galaxy saw the Earth, so maybe that could possibly
So
make that.
would I be right in thinking that the Big Bang was a damp explosion to have some moisture there?
What you mean?
If the water exists now, and no matter what you do with water, it returns back to water. When this Big Bang happened, where did the water that we have now, that's throughout like this universe to talk about, it's on all these other planets and things, where did that come from out of a big ball of fire? Was it a damp explosion?
I don't know, because I don't know. They must have some explanation as to how water came about on the Earth's surface. I don't know. I'd have to look more into that.
Well, what if consciousness came about exactly how it did for you? You just started making sense of this dream experience thing, and then the longer it went on, the more sense you made, and you made other characters that were left behind as this one died off.
Maybe what it is that the more that you try to make sense of it, the more that you put limitations on your own kind of reality. Because maybe you started out as being limitless, and then when you start trying to make sense of yourself and everything, it all just becomes kind of, everything just kind of becomes mundane and just kind of average in a way, just kind of like whatever.
Well, do you notice as time goes on, we make things impossible? Things that weren't
But
possible.
yeah, we kind of like talk ourselves out of things and think, oh no, I'm too old for that. Oh no, I have this condition. Oh no, I have this and that and that. Yeah.
Yeah,
People do that a lot more than they think. No, I can do this now because of this. I'm working on improving such a thing.
Well, a lot of people don't find reasons to do things, they find reasons to not do it, don't they? I can't do it because blah blah blah. No, instead, I'll definitely make that happen.
Yeah.
As I say, say this was done by something really intelligent. Yeah.
Right.
The creator scenario. Well, that intelligence that you recognise can only be your own intelligence to compare.
Yeah, because that consciousness has to had some kind of reference, like basically to have those ideas, you have to. So it would have had to have another. So it just brings up more questions than it answers to me, all that kind of thing. I mean, I'm open to it. It's just.
But you see, this is intelligent. This here, you can only recognise this as far as your own intelligence. To recognise intelligence, and then nobody takes notice of that and says, "This intelligence that you recognise isn't you; it's somebody else." Doesn't sort of make sense to me.
Yeah, so maybe like the reason why everyone has their own idea of God is because they have their own idea of what intelligence is, and because of their own kind of, their own way of thinking. Perhaps it's just that.
Well, if you think of the
They
Chinese,
think of it. Some people think of God as being, like all knowing, all loving, and all that, and whatever, and because that's their own kind of. Maybe it's just part of the programming, I guess, and because we've been told that that's what God is. Who's to say what God is? It's just a word.
well, do you know if I could draw a circle perfect, absolutely perfect, would that make me intelligent? If that's the only thing I could do.
Well, it would just be like a sort of. intelligent at that one thing. But in the bigger picture, no, not at all.
So if I says to somebody, "You're intelligent," they're not. They are. These are. You know, choosing who and what wasn't intelligent. Like the crowd that has the mass intelligence, it's we've all got skills. We've all got things that each of us need to know. To once we have these like prejudices against that stupid cunt there, this here, and that starts happening, you just don't give anybody the time of day. You're missing out. It's when, but everybody has to give everybody else a chance. You know what I mean? Because it's like everything has to be considered, not just discarded because it doesn't fit what I think. Because together we could take. Is it in science we could be having free power now if it wasn't surrounded in secrecy because people trying to protect.
Yeah, like all the
stuff.
free energy and all that, because that's
Yeah,
been hush hush, isn't it?
yeah, but even if Tesla's story is all true, it wasn't about making money, it was about sharing for the human race.
Yeah, that's if you believe in the whole thing about Tesla.
Yeah.
That could be a fabrication, but whatever. I mean, but it still stands true what he said about everything. You know, well, not everything he says maybe, but what about the free energy stuff?
Well, there's the other thing, was anything ever really free?
Well, it depends on
And
your definition of free. To me, free is like, well, it's like a flow, isn't it? Like so you have a flow of energy, and it's not being kind of stopped. It's just allowed to kind of perpetuate.
well, do you know if nature was out of balance, the one thing that was out of balance would have dominated and destroyed everything else by now, wouldn't it? So there's definitely a balance going on, would you say?
Well, there has to be in a way, like the
Yeah.
yin yang and all that.
So nature doesn't produce anything in excess that it doesn't need, does it?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right.
So
So
I was thinking that if we did run out of food, for instance, because if there became too many of us, then we'd just get smaller, wouldn't we?
yeah, yeah, because it's your body can't build as big as what it
Yeah,
can when
because
you
guess
can.
what? All these fat people, right? If there's a time of famine, those people, it's going to be good, doing good, isn't it?
Well, do you know the people who were in the concentration camps? They lived a good old ages, then, didn't they? And they were starved almost to death.
So if there's less food available, meaning that they have less access to food, and then it would just all balance out. Everything in nature would just balance out. It would just, you
But
know.
this is my point, though, Jamie. Electricity. Now it's also all around us, and it's here for a reason. If we start tapping on that, say we could make it cleanly, and everybody's just getting huge amounts of electricity for nothing. So we think, could it be affecting something else somewhere? It's like, see, your mind is run on electricity right now. It has all these electrical impulses and they're stimulating your
Well,
brain.
so, oh yeah, we've talked about this before about how when we're like trying to power some external source, that we're actually depriving the power from ourselves
Well,
in
it's
a
when
way.
I thought nobody's ever been that far away from this place we call home, the world. I don't think. No further than a few hundred miles. So, because your heart beats, isn't it? Like, what's creating that little generator? Do you think it's you, or do you think it's the world you're standing on? Somehow, does it? It's like the two of us together.
So like a sort of like a symbiosis or whatever.
Like when you control something externally, say a microwave, power it. We powered it in such a way from the earth, not independent totally. Like if we weren't here, we wouldn't live. Like if I took a cell out of your body,
Or you mean like what you call it, codependency?
Yeah, you wouldn't
It's like
last
we
long.
need the earth and the earth needs us, kind of thing.
Yeah, for the electricity as well. So let's say the electricity is our intelligence, and we tap into it. And the more electricity we tap into, the thicker we become. But actually, the machines start taking on the intelligence that we are losing out on.
Yeah,
Because
so like with the smart stuff I was talking about earlier, smart meters, smart devices, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're making those smart, but making yourself dumb.
Yeah, because it's subtracting from the electricity that's supposed to be flooding your brain.
Yeah.
It's being generated through magnetic forces, but that has to still come out the atmosphere. And that's us. Not saying that's how it's working, not saying that's a possibility as far as I can see, because it's feasible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because some people think that if all the devices went off, that nature would all light up like a Christmas tree.
Well, if you can call a device intelligent, then you're looking at things where you say, oh, the creator created this because it's intelligent. If you look at the machine as the intelligent thing, that's you're starting to look at yourself like you're stupid. Like you're not as clever as the machine.
So you start kind of getting like I mean, it might be subconscious, but you get like this kind of inferiority complex or something.
It's like a placebo effect, isn't it? You start believing your own shit. So you start needing more machines because you doubt yourself more and more. So then you start taking more machines.
Sort of, it's like you're gaslighting yourself in a way.
Yeah. Because the placebo effect, it's like I don't think anything's placebo effect's like confirmation bias. It's like the same pattern going on. It's the same pattern going on, but like on a subconscious level, it feeds its own beliefs.
Yeah, because like the brain's like sort of. So if you take a pill thinking it's gonna get rid of your pain, then that's sending a signal to stop the pain because your brain believes that it has the cure that it needs, and then it can stop sending signals, to feel pain.
Yeah. Well, it's like, do you know, I'm not comparing real life to the Matrix, but do you know in the Matrix, you've seen the Matrix.
I really like certain bits of it, and then I'd have to go through it. I've heard there's a new one coming out or something.
Well, you know the blue and red pill thing. He doesn't actually take the pill because it's not actually in the real world, so it's just a symbolic thing. Then
Yeah,
he
it's
wakes
just
up.
a metaphorical, like allegorical kind of thing, isn't it? Just
Yeah. And because of that in his consciousness, he wakes up in the real world, doesn't he?
yeah. I mean, I know the basic kind of story to it and everything, like the red blue pill and all that. I mean, that's all famous. And like, even if you've not seen it, you'll know about all that stuff probably.
It's the thought of the red or blue pill, isn't it? Because it didn't actually take anything.
Yeah. It's like, this is like blood over intent, and then people kind of believe that it's going to give them all these powers, and maybe that belief gives them the power. I don't know.
Well, if we all connected, yeah, and it's a joint connected delusion, hallucination, whatever you want to call this, one big consciousness. Because theirs is so far away from everybody else's, we stop it happening. Because it's not like it's like saying to your little tiny party brain, make that little desire real for us. It doesn't do it like that. It has to take notice of the bigger thing. So you say, oh, well, I'm not going to age, I'm going to live forever. It's not the fact that you might think you will, it's nobody else will allow it in the consciousness. Unless you can go by unnoticed. That sort of thing.
Okay. So, No.
Tomorrow.
I can hear you now. I sent
Alright.
a link to P. Mars. So he wants to join.
Well, he talks about interesting stuff sometimes, doesn't
Yeah, sometimes like he talks about history and things.
he? He's civil most of the time, I've noticed now.
Yeah, he seems alright most of the time now, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much all the time now, as long as you don't get on his man tits.
I've seen a lot of change in the flat Earth people, though, have you? Even like in like the little group that you get used to. I've seen a lot of people change a lot.
In what way? Good or bad?
Good for most.
Yeah.
Like they're getting more civil and talking and more friendly, where everything's a bit like angry at first.
Oh yeah, more kind of compassionate in a way.
Yeah, like opinions become facts.
Yeah. I mean, that is
So
in they become more compassionate at people who don't agree. But some were saying it was the opposite, where they were trying to fight against all the opposition and everything, and see him as like an enemy.
well, I've thought to myself, if this is one big consciousness and we're all responsible for it, and the majority creates it, sort of thing, then is that why it's important that you try and get people to believe what you think? But the more that you can get on your side, it makes it more real.
Say that again.
It's like it makes us wonder why people fight so hard because they want people to agree with them. Now, if we all want consciousness and the majority creates the consciousness, the main consciousness, then is that why people try and fight for you to be on their side and believe what they believe and have life the way they see it? Does it make it more real? Is that the way it works?
Breaking up for me.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, for me anyway.
All right.
Yeah,
So what
just
did you hit?
right now though.
Right. So I'll try one more time. What I was thinking is if it's a mass consciousness that creates the reality, the majority.
Yeah, consensus kind of thing.
Yeah. That's what actually creates the hard table and the things that don't move and everything that we say is real. Is it because when somebody says something outside of that, is that why the fights are hard to try and get people to believe them? Does it make it more real the more people you can get on your side? Does it become real then?
That might be what it is for some people, and they might not even realize that they're trying to like get some kind of consensus to kind of confirm their beliefs or whatever.
Yeah, it's like
Which is kind of
you can.
sad in a way, because if you need confirmation, then it's like your insecurities in a way, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I like to say that I like to treat life in the way that you just go along for the ride. It is what it is. It's like I have no expectations and I have no disappointments because I have no expectations. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's like there's not really any point being pessimistic or optimistic in a way, because you know, kind of experience it as it comes in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, and you shouldn't really hold an opinion forever, should you? It's like, say, I have an opinion of somebody today. I can hold that opinion and it affects tomorrow, or I don't hold that opinion. It just goes because that opinion was at the moment, and you don't have to hold on to it. It changes
Yeah, it's not like
life.
it's part of your identity.
Yeah, you don't. It's not like backing down. You just have a different opinion on a different day. Then it causes a better experience than holding a bad opinion. I'd only hold on the bad opinion if I want to feel bad. If I want to feel good, I'll think of the better things. If you took me around Blackburn right now, could you take me to some of the shitty, crappy places?
Oh, hang on. P Myers is in. I'll just add him to the call. You're in P Myers now. Hit on mute when you're ready.
So could you take me around Blackburn and show me some really ugly places?
Damn right, I could.
And from those ugly places, could you walk a few hundred yards and take us somewhere that's beautiful?
Most places, well, yeah, because like there's council estates that look really quite not very nice, and then literally you've got like where there's like a field or something, and then there's like you've got like motorway, and then you're completely out of it then.
Yeah, you got somewhere beautiful and idyllic. Right next, and it doesn't matter where you go, you can more or less do that all the time. So I look at the world like you can look at people around the trashy places and going, this is a shithole. And you just ignore them and just go and just keep your focus on the nice things. Because they both exist and it's what you want to put your focus on, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you can't. I think they want us to just focus on the good things and ignore all the bad things going on, so we don't really pay attention to the. It's like that's true to a certain extent because, if there's a train that's going to hit you, you don't want to be like focusing on the nice things. You know what I mean? Like you want to be paying attention to the train and like get out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not on about like danger. I'm on about just life in general. I'm not saying the bad things isn't happening. You need to keep an eye on them. What I'm saying is in your everyday life of experience.
Yeah.
It's like what when people use the term they, like who are they that they keep referring to?
They would be, well, the people in power that we know about would be the Lord Milner Roundtable groups, the Council on Foreign Relations, and the Royal Institute of International Affairs.
The only reason they're there is because of us, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure they have bosses that, like, the real power structure probably won't be known to, because we're like low class peasants. So
yeah, I would say the same. I would say like the people who really run the show, you'll never get to know about.
As far as we can tell, like the most powerful people that are visible to us would be like the CFR and the Royal Institute of International Affairs, like these non-governmental organizations. We don't elect people to these boards, but they make all the decisions, and then the politicians basically do what they tell them. So that's how that's how the system works. But a lot of people think the politicians or like President Trump have power. It's obviously not true.
So how much of the things like the problems in the world would you say is staged, not like between say America and Russia, like all to cause a bit of unease to say, oh, well, he's got his troops outside his country. It's like he's well beyond his borders, and what you're going to do about it is to make like we need these people to sort that out because without them we're vulnerable. Where would you say they're working side by side? It's just
well, the problems don't necessarily have to be staged. It's just like they put what problems they put an emphasis on. You know what I mean? Like, if there could be a problem that's affecting us, but if the media doesn't talk about it, then like people won't even think about it. But then there could be some like insignificant thing that the media talks about all the time, but people will think that's a big problem. So that's kind of how it works. I think like people
get blown out of
people pretty
proportion.
much, yeah. It's more like they lie to us by omitting facts more so than just like outright faking everything. It's more about like they present the facts in a certain way to push like a bias or their side or whatever, an agenda.
Well, do you know when politicians get questioned and they get cornered, they never seem to answer a question straight either. They avoid the question all the time. And in any other aspect of life, like say I was going to buy a car, and you say, "Is this car good?" And they go, "Well, you know," it's like, and they would never answer the question. You wouldn't trust them as far as you can throw them. So what is it about politicians that makes they never answer a question, they tell loads of lies, yet we accept them? It's like, why is that?
Yeah, it's weird. It's like commonly accepted that politicians lie. I don't know. And like if a politician actually follows through with something he promised during his campaign, people are kind of surprised. So it's weird. We just have it. Politicians have been so shitty for so long. I guess people have just kind of accepted it. I guess.
I've always wondered whether actually the people vote, because how would you know? Because if everybody's voting secretly and you don't have to vote, they could be saying there's voting. And to be a truly democratic society, shouldn't have a vote of no confidence.
They kind of, I think with like the propaganda, they kind of trick you into thinking that one side is better than the other side and pick a side. And then it's like you can see the faults of the other party. Like if I'm Democrat, I could see all the bad things wrong with the Republicans, but I have no like self-awareness. I can't see that the Democrats are guilty of a lot of the same issues, you know? So there's not like,
But yeah, if you kind of are biased towards like a particular party or whatever, you'll see all the good on your side, but you won't see all the bad until you switch to the other side, and then
But
you kind of see it all from a different perspective, then, don't you?
Yeah.
yeah, I like people. It's hard for people to be critical of themselves or something. It's easy for them to like look at the other person and criticize them, but it's hard for people to look at themselves and try find fault with their own behavior, way of thinking, or whatever.
Well, do you know around election time, it's always one party slagging the other party off, and it's never the party saying what we're going to do. It's just slagging between the two.
And they're both. The only time they're telling the truth is when they're talking about each other.
Yeah, they're all together anyways, aren't they? They just pretend it's like it's just a two-party dictatorship, isn't it? Or a 2 or 3 party.
Yeah.
You ever fancied running the country?
There's a Mark Twain, American writer. He said that if voting worked, they wouldn't let us do it. I think that's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, you might have mentioned that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true though.
I was going to say it's because it's true.
We never like fix any problems with the political system. We just like change the type of problems we have, really. And supposedly, though, from what I hear, the agenda for the future, they want to move to a post-democratic world. So they're going to get rid of all these like politicians and voting, and they're going to have like panels of experts that will dictate to us. It's going to be pretty.
Well, they're talking about like a one world government, and
yeah,
everything's all just going to be like a dictatorship sort of thing.
Yeah, scientific dictatorship with like panels of experts who like tell you how to live and how to, you know, what's the best way to be or whatever.
Yeah, all these like environmentalists and stuff, and
Yeah.
telling you that you need to cut down on certain things because it's bad for the atmosphere or whatever.
Yeah, I saw an article the other day where this guy was saying he's becoming a vegetarian because the rainforest in Brazil is getting cut down to provide agriculture for like.
Yeah, I've seen stuff about that people becoming more plant-based to sort of, they say to combat climate change, which I don't know. I think for me, like the main cause of if there is a climate change, it would be to do with the emissions and everything that go into the atmosphere. I don't know. I mean, I haven't really studied into it too much to see if it even is warming up. We've had a pretty hot day today, but whatever. I mean, there's times when it's been cold. Like early on this week, it was pretty well for the time of year. It was a bit cool.
Yeah, I'd be pretty interested in learning the scientific arguments of the climate change debate. I tried looking into it. I couldn't. I was looking for like a scientific argument that said maybe global or the greenhouse effect isn't a real thing. Like I couldn't find much, but there's some good like Michael Sarian has a good lecture that's all anti-climate change and stuff. It's pretty good. So there's some good like political arguments I've heard.
Well, the salt lakes in America, you've got Bonneville Avenue and stuff like that, and then there's the signs of massive global change through history. From time ago.
I'm kind of. I would think I would hear more flat Earth people talking about the climate change thing because it's like a fake science thing that politicians are using, and NASA is actually involved. And flat Earthers love hating on NASA. Well, NASA is providing a lot of this temperature data to support this climate change narrative, and then they're going to use climate change as an excuse to impose taxes or like take away the ability to eat meat or whatever.
But the challenge that these other things have happened through history, there was no pollution or anything back then. So how can it be now? That we have an impact.
Well, it's like all the cars and stuff now, and all the factories and everything.
Yeah, but there's been times in history, hasn't there, where there's been climate change, where things that was frozen once is exposed and other things become.
What do you mean, like ice ages and stuff?
Yeah, like Antarctica freezing up and stuff, and then that somewhere else. So things change. So what was causing that change?
What they're saying is that the climate change that is, like, part of it is man-made because of how it's getting warmer at a rate that can't be accounted for with natural cycles or something like that. That's what the argument that I've heard. I haven't studied into the actual data or any of that, but that's the argument that's used.
Well, if you've got all the people in the world, you could fit them into Texas, can't you? Or somewhere even smaller. So if you think of the size of that, or state in America, compared to the whole world, doesn't matter whether you've all got a car, you really think it's going to have an effect on the whole world? Or a light bulb?
So what you're saying is there's always things that have happened that can cause like warming and stuff like that. Like
it's always changed.
Like there might have been massive amounts of a lot of things, like a lot of carbon to be kind of emitted into the atmosphere and stuff like that. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean, it's all sorts of volcanoes that went off. They've changed the atmosphere. There's loads of things that's caused that.
Yeah, like when Krakatoa went off, they say that potentially caused the Little Ice Age.
Yeah, so these things, natural things, can cause it. I think how much is it? There's money to be made out of it, isn't there? If there's money to be made out of it, how does that solve anything? Money.
Well, they wrote about it in this book, The First Global Revolution. It was put out by the Club of Rome, which is a United Nations think tank, and they put in that book that they came up with the idea that like climate change and environmental type disasters would be like the enemy that will unite humanity to form a one world government. So I think the climate change tax is going to fund the one world government, and that's what I think's going on.
Well, maybe there is a slight change to the temperatures and stuff, but like you were saying now, they take some facts, but they overblow it. Like, so they say, oh yeah, it's warming up, but it's only maybe by fractions of a degree or whatever, or maybe 1 degree or whatever. But it's really not to really worry about. But they make a big deal out of it, saying that we need to do all this radical stuff to, kind of stop the supposed global warming from carrying on, whatever.
Well, it's like, do you know when they say these islands, and they say, oh, these islands are going underwater and they lose so much shoreline? That can be due to erosion of the shoreline, not the actual island going deeper under the water.
Yeah,
So,
I'll go ahead.
sorry.
Well, I'll just say the quote from the book here real quick. It says, because of the sudden absence of traditional enemies, new enemies must be identified. In searching for a new enemy to unite us, we came up with the idea that pollution, the threat of global warming, water shortages, and the like would fit the bill. All these dangers are caused by human intervention, and it is only through changed attitudes and behavior that they can be overcome. The real enemy then is humanity itself. So that's why they're brainwashing us to think like humans are bad and we're destroying the environment and shit. So that's what's going on. It's right in the book right there.
Which made us think that badly that some people think we're not from this planet anymore. That's how far we moved from it. Well, you know, if these islands are going underwater and stuff like that, shouldn't the water be going up everywhere, like New York and all these other places? Like, you can't just get things going underwater over here and not over there. That's not the nature of water, is it? Even if it curves.
Well, if something goes underwater, what you're saying is it would cause something else to come up above the water. Is that what you mean?
No, what I'm saying is raising water doesn't become localized in a certain area of the world. It has to happen everywhere. Equilibrium happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Am I saying that right? Sticking together. But you know, it has to happen, doesn't it? That's the nature of things. So you can't have these islands going underwater while New York has the same water level around it.
Well, they say the water level's rising because of glaciers melting or whatever. So that basically the ice turned into water on the mountains, and it's dripping off and then going into the ocean, rising. I mean, I can kind of understand that. I mean, that kind of makes sense to me. So I don't know what your thoughts on that are.
What's that? What do you mean?
Because they go on about the ocean levels rising because of the melt going on, and they say because it's the glaciers or whatever, the mountains where the ice is, but that's all supposedly melted, so that's all draining off and going into the ocean and rising the level up.
So is your beach getting shorter?
I don't notice any change, and not since I remember, like from over a decade ago even.
So if
There
that
hasn't been a
wasn't brought to
change.
your knowledge, if these stories weren't brought to your knowledge, you have no reason to think whether that the world's getting hotter.
No,
Or,
because you would only have reason to think it if it was noticeable. Because if it really were rising by any noticeable amount, you'd have like a lot more often. You'd have like water spilling over into the the promenade or whatever. It would all be like it would all keep getting flooded out with because it'd be spilling over. But it doesn't happen, as far as I know, any more than it ever has. And if it is, it's such a negligible amount that it's not even worth worrying about.
but once the ice walls melt, all the water run off the flat Earth, won't it?
I've heard this thing that, like, because you know, like with because ice is actually not, well, there's like kind of gaps in it and stuff. It's not as dense as water. That's why it settles on the water. So, so I was just wondering if, even if it did melt, because I've saw this argument before that, because they say how it's the glacier melting, but maybe the density of the ice and is actually, because it's not as dense, so it's got a big volume. That's causing the water level to rise more than it would if it melted. I mean, that might be something to try out. Try because people say that it doesn't rise, like the water doesn't rise when you put the ice in. Maybe what would happen is it would actually go down. I don't know. But someone was saying it actually went down a little bit. I don't know if that's true. But if that's true, then if it did melt on the mountains, wouldn't that just cancel out the effect of it going down and remain at the same height or thereabouts?
Yeah, because water has a unique property that when it's frozen, it actually gets bigger. It's the only thing.
That's what I mean, the expansion of it.
Yeah. So when it gets warmer, it goes back to the side. Like if you float ice and it's only floating in the water, whatever's above it makes no difference to the water whatsoever because it cancels itself out. So if you put an ice cube in the top of a jar of water and it's absolutely level, when the ice cube melts, the water will not drip over the sides. It'll be exactly the same as what the ice cube is floating in.
Yeah, I was wondering if it even goes down when it melts.
No, I think it stays exactly the same.
Well, I was just still wondering about if the mountains where all the water is, I mean, all the ice, and it melts, that's going to cause the levels to rise.
Well, the hotter it gets, the sunnier it gets, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So therefore it rains more, doesn't it? So the water gets picked up by the temperature.
So you're saying it goes into like the earth, more humidity, you mean?
It goes in the air humidity, which causes clouds, which causes it to get underneath the clouds to go cold again. So it's like a perfect balance as far as that can be.
Yeah, because you have all the clouds high up, and that gets like dumped when it gets too heavy. But I was thinking though, in hot weather though, it's more dry, isn't it? Like in deserts, it's really dry. So wouldn't that be?
Wherever it's dry somewhere, it's wet somewhere else, isn't it?
Suppose, yeah.
Our summer's somewhere else's winter.
Yeah, but I was just wondering if, like you were saying, if it got hot and the glaciers melted and that caused the water to go into the ocean, and then would that cause more evaporation than when it's, say, like cold?
Well, if it comes inland, there's more area of water, surface area for evaporate on, isn't it? Because if it now land is water, it's a bigger area, so therefore it has to take more water up, doesn't it? When the sun's shining on
What
it.
do you mean if it goes into like a pond, say? Is that what you mean? Like a
Say the
it's
Salt Lake's
like a
full,
pond that was small, but it's become enlarged because of the extra water that's in it.
so now the sun beating down on that puddle dries it up, doesn't it? Or at least it turns it
Yeah,
into
because the sun coming down, it causing the water to be evaporated off that, goes into the atmosphere.
which creates a cloud which blocks the sun.
Yeah, because that's why in like places like Florida, they get really like humid, don't they? Even though it's really hot, it gets humid because of all the. They have a lot of like swamps, don't they? Because it's all really flat. It's all just. That might be what it is. Then I don't know.
You don't see
But then
many clouds
again, apparently Hawaii is really. I suppose they've got a lot of surface area in Hawaii, haven't they? So.
with everything,
Uh-huh.
even vegetation. You get more things that take. There'll be more plants that drink lots more water would take root, wouldn't there?
Yeah, that's why like forests and stuff, like
Yeah.
rainforests, so
So
they're
everything
like sort of taking that and then.
so that soaks it up. So it's like everything starts to create another type of ecosystem that deals with it. It's like a perfectly balanced system that we're in.
Yeah, like equilibrium. So even if it did
Yeah.
get warmer, then it would there'd be like a balance, the way to balance out.
If it gets warmer, it gets colder somewhere else. If we have it's like I've experienced a hotter summer and a colder winter than any one I've experienced lately since records began. Some people couldn't open the back door. The snow was that high. No, I've never experienced anything like that since.
What about the snow being high?
It was that high you couldn't even get in the house. Sometimes you was trapped in. You had to dig your way out. Back in the 70s. And the summer of 76 was extremely hot. It was melting all the tarmac on the roads.
Yeah, so it was quite so you had like really extreme, so you had like really cold, bitter winters and really hot summers, you mean?
Yeah, I mean, the summer was seemed to go on for ages and it was red hot and the winter was really cold before that.
It
We
seems
didn't
to
even
be
get on
kind of
the
going back to that a little bit. I don't know.
well, the seasons and the seasons within seasons and even bigger seasons, everything's in something else.
Yeah, like a kind of cycles and bigger cycles. So maybe like with the Mayan count and all that, with the with the cycles of like you had the different counts, didn't you? And then they put it all together into a long count. I don't know, but yeah.
Like
So
astronomy, isn't it? Cycles within cycles. This little thing is
yeah, like when you mean astrology,
yeah, astrology, yeah.
yeah, not well, astronomy is like when you look at stars and stuff, and then
Yeah.
make up stories about what they are. I don't know.
You know what I mean though, don't you, in the context of
Yeah, I know what you mean. You know what I mean?
I do get words mixed up now and then, but it's the meaning of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I get sword mixed up because the word sword is words mixed up. Yeah.
Well, like what you were talking about before about
What?
bodybuilders when they stop taking steroids or stop training and return.
Oh yeah, about the I didn't know you were going to go back to that, but yeah,
that's
about the steroids, because they put that in animals, don't they, or something, to stimulate them to get the muscle. Because I suppose if they didn't do that, it would turn to fat then, wouldn't it, or something? Wouldn't it?
What do you mean?
Like, because if you don't work, so if you eat protein but you don't work out, what's going to happen to that? What's going to happen to all that protein?
It's going to come out your arse, isn't it?
No, but it's going to have to be utilized somewhere. Either it's going to be stored for later use somehow in fat, or be burnt for glucose. Turn into glucose.
Right. So if I was on a huge diet and I was eating loads of calories a day for my training, and then I stopped training, I continued on the diet, I'd become fat, but it wouldn't be muscle turned into fat. Because muscle and fat is two total different things, two different types of tissue.
Well, I've heard that it can actually turn it because I've heard carbohydrates can turn into fat, but protein can turn into glucose. I've heard, so glucose could then. I don't see how that it couldn't just turn into a fat cell. So why would these people get flabby and stuff if they think it's really fat after they've kind of stopped doing all the muscle building and stuff?
Well, it's because eating crap, really, that's all it has to be. What I'm trying to say is,
well, possibly, but I think that the muscle just wastes into fat or something like it.
No, it can't waste it because it's
I don't know,
totally different.
it just kind of becomes I don't know,
droopy. Your muscle fibers can become droopy, so you become slightly musclier but untoned. You know what I mean?
So why would they need to put steroids in the animals then? If you don't use the, I mean, as in if you don't use the steroids, couldn't they just still have protein on them and stuff like?
Well, it's how quickly can we get this animal to grow? Because it's about money. The longer I have to keep this animal and pay for it, because it's all down to money, isn't it? Forget the fucking animal. I don't seem to be bothered about them. It's if I have to keep this an extra day.
I guess it might be because if they're not using the muscle to, I mean, if basically they're not pumping it with steroids, I mean, cows don't work out, so they're not going to be, because so I think what happened is they just, I think it would just turn into glucose or whatever, and then it would just be burned. That's what I think would happen.
Do you know an animal that eats grass still has fat content, doesn't it, on its body? Even if it's lean, it still has some fat on it, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, even the lean cuts.
Yeah, even a deer that you catch would have some fat on it somewhere.
Yeah, like venison or something.
Yeah, and all it takes is grass. So the body must use fat as a slow release energy. So
well, it's like a backup system, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the last thing it wants to use.
Yeah, because carbs it can just burn up really quickly because they're really easy to utilize.
Yeah,
that's why I think all this fat stuff, keto diets. I don't think that they're for everyone. I mean, maybe some people can thrive on them, but I was talking earlier. I don't know if you heard it, but you might not have been on then. But I was talking about my older, and apparently it has a fatty smell, and it might have been because of some of the stuff I've been eating on this diet, whatever you want to call it. It's not even a diet, whatever, but it's got a lot of fat in it. When you look at it all and add it all up, there's a lot of fat. You know, some of the stuff. I mean, some of it's a bit kind of processed stuff, But then even if I just eat nuts and stuff like that and seeds, there's a lot of fat in that stuff.
Well, that's the I would have to say that's the plant stored energy.
Say what?
I would say the fat in nuts and the oils in plants is probably their version of stored energy.
Well, yeah, I suppose, like, but I was wondering if we're even supposed to eat nuts because, like, in nature, they have a hard, like, outside, don't they? They have a hard protection on them. So, in order to, I mean, maybe pine nuts, I don't know, maybe there's exceptions, but you can't get that many pine nuts. There's not that many of them, so I guess, like, you'd kind of, in nature, you just wouldn't really have a lot of access to that stuff, I suppose. So what you'd have access to most of is high carb. So if you was in nature, unless you was, killing animals for food or whatever, and you had the protein and the fat or whatever, it would mostly be carbs, wouldn't it?
Well, you've got a huge amount of slaughtered animals in this world, haven't you? And the protein thing's being pushed by them as well. Like, you need your protein, you need animals.
Yeah, no.
So, like, the protein thing gets pushed now. Nuts is high in protein, so if you don't want to eat meat, you still think you need your protein, but that's just their justification for killing the animal, I think. Like, they'll pull anything for justifications, and that's one of the big ones is your protein intake.
Yeah, I think the actually fruit and stuff like that, like, will probably give you the right amount because you might think, oh, no, there's not enough in that because it's only what 0.something grams per 100 grams. But if in that fruit there's like 80% water or 90% water, so you might have 1% protein and then maybe 10% carbs. Well, that is quite a lot when you look at it like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's enough. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like even in a tomato, there's protein. It's not much, but because tomatoes are vast majority of it is water.
Well, it's like your body would turn meat in that protein into your muscle tissue, wouldn't it?
Right.
Yeah. If you eat an animal, you eat its muscle tissue, the thing it's already turned that protein into. So I don't know if that would be. It starts to sound a bit disgusting and unhealthy. That sort of thing. It's like fat. If you eat the fat of an animal, it's stored energy, not yours. It's your body didn't make that fat. No, your body has to deal with it. It's got its own things it has to deal with.
Yeah, you're probably right with that. Yeah. Because I mean, like you said, in nature, like an animal will probably not have that much protein on it, so you'd be getting even more fat then, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Because even the lean cuts would be higher in fat.
Well, this thing, meat, it's an animal. It's not like, I know we have this name meat, but it's an animal.
Yeah, it's like people call it. That it's like it was a sentient being, and I don't know. I mean, I don't want to push it on anyone. It's like, if you're gonna eat meat, try, go hunt yourself for yourself, whatever. Do what. Try and be responsible for everything that you consume. Well, not everything, but try and be as conscious as possible with it. Whatever.
Well, it's that thing, isn't it? If you become close to an animal, you understand that that animal has feelings, it cares, it does things. It goes through life in a different way. But there's many examples of animals saving other animals.
Yeah, like there was that thing where a cat saved a child from a dog.
Yeah. And there's one where a bear saves a raven or something from a pond, picks it up and does it a bit violently, but he picks it up and just chucks it on the side and lets it, and it just flies away. Then there's a monkey that helps with something else. It's like, I was watching it, my daughter put it in and I was watching them and thinking, these are things that have thoughts, that care, and we're doing horrific things to them just because, tasty. Oh, we think it's tasty. I know everybody can do what they want, but I'm just saying the
Well,
way.
the thing is, like with the taste of what it is, right? So, what is it in the meat? So, you got to think to yourself, what is it in the meat that's making it tasty? It's this, that savoury kind of thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, it's
So,
like,
what is making it taste like that? Well, it's the amino acids or whatever that, because when you're eating that stuff, it tells the brain that you're getting protein. But if you get too much of it, then you'll probably be overstimulated. It's like with sugar, you're having all these really sweet stuff, so it overstimulates you know, and you think it doesn't taste very sweet because you've had it so much, you've had sugar so much that you need to have more and more of it. You know, it's the same kind of thing.
but how much of your experience of eating that meat is programmed into you? Like the meat being the main part of the meal. They're not really about
Well,
the
I
meal.
know a lot of people don't think that these days, do they? They kind of just eat it as just like a side thing, you know, don't they? A lot of people. I think times have changed since like the 70s and whatever. Because I know Aeon the Tom was going on about how back when he was little and how they would make him eat meat because they wanted to make sure that he would get the protein and everything. But a lot of people know that that's all nonsense now. It's not a big deal, all this protein and stuff. It's overblown stuff.
Well, have you heard that story about them hunters that were trapped somewhere in Sweden or something? They had caught rabbits and they all died of malnutrition because they had no vegetables to go with the carrot. If they'd knew, they thought they were eating well because they were full, but they all died of malnutrition.
Yeah, it's like if you, I just want to say hello to the chat. I've got Dago Online Star, we've got Libra 61 Star, Libra 61 Star, got Super Lumen Hyena. How you guys doing? Oh yeah, so what was I saying? About
These hunters that just ate rabbit and they died of malnutrition because rabbit doesn't have any nutrition, it only has protein.
well, I thought they had like kind of vitamins and minerals and stuff in it.
Well, apparently not enough to keep you alive.
Because I've
This
heard
is what
people being able to live on like beef, just be able to live on that. I've heard this like kind of. I'm not saying it's true or whatever, but I've heard that some
yeah,
people can just live on beef.
I'm not saying that, I'm saying there's something about rabbit
Yeah,
that
that
it
it's
doesn't.
not a complete
Yeah,
nutrition source or whatever.
yeah, it's mainly just protein and protein alone. So that all these died. If they had just put some vegetables in and let a few vegetables have been fine. So my point is, what does a protein deficiency look like?
A protein deficiency. I don't know because I think it'd be really hard to get into that unless you're not eating enough calories.
What I'm saying is, if
Which
everything
is just
contains
a calorie
protein,
deficiency, not a protein deficiency, really. Because if you're
yeah. So
muscle wasting away, it's because you're not getting enough calories. Because if you're not getting enough calories, then chances are you're not getting a lot of protein. So yeah,
so if everything contains small amount of protein in even fruits and things, Then
Yeah.
how can you, why do we need so much protein? And if we don't get it, what happens? Or is it just a thing that's sold to us all the time?
Well, it's like, yeah, they'll say, well, your muscles will atrophy or whatever the word is. Atrophy. That's the word for it, isn't it?
I don't know.
And they'll and then you won't be able to, like, say if you get cuts and stuff, that you'll kind of not be able to it won't kind of heal up as quickly, maybe, or because you're not getting the building blocks to recover it and stuff, perhaps.
Well, I've never experienced anything like that. I heal up pretty quick. Stopped me selling a thumb with a screwdriver a day and a half ago, and it's fine now.
Yeah, but I've had, like, where I just have a little cut, and it takes weeks for it to go. I mean, I don't know if it's like that now. It might have gone a bit, but it might have been if I was kind of not eating as many calories and stuff. I weren't getting enough nutrition to be able to kind of fix that. Perhaps, I don't know.
But do you have more energy now than you did before? Like, I'm
More,
not
I
sure.
don't know. I guess it's just kind of like, I don't notice a huge difference. Like, I don't know. It's hard to kind
Well,
of say, really.
I never feel drained.
Well, sometimes at the end of the day, I might do if I've done a lot during the day, like if late on at night. But I'd only probably feel drained later on, though. You naturally do anyway. But
You have to, don't you, to go to sleep?
yeah, because you start producing melatonin to get you to be sleepy and stuff. Because I was out the other week with my mate. We was at this, like, nightclub thing, whatever, listening to music and stuff. And I was fine for most of it, and then I just started to feel a bit tired all of a sudden, and it was getting to like 1 o'clock. So I ended up going because I was a bit. It was more that I just wanted to get home, but yeah. But I do feel drained at the end of the night sometimes, where I've had a long day, but I don't tend to feel tired during the day so much. The thing, if you eat like food that's gonna, if it doesn't take as long to be utilized, I suppose with like all this like protein and starchy foods, they actually take a lot of energy to be utilized, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you've eaten that, while it's all digesting, that you get tired, don't you? So I suppose in a way, thing is though, if I'm eating all this like fat and protein and stuff, and all that kind of stuff, and stuff that's slow digesting, then yeah, I probably will feel a bit tired. But I suppose if I was to just eat like mainly fruits and mainly like maybe some greens and like herbs and stuff, whatever, and then I'd be probably wouldn't have any kind of lethargy or any of that kind of stuff because of the utilization and all that of the food. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so how often do you think we should eat? Like,
Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe it's different for different people. Like, because I guess it depends how quickly it gets utilized. Because if you just say like, hey, I don't know, say a huge meal and it was all like fruits and stuff, whatever, then it might, like, within about an hour or two, and you go like hyper and stuff because it's being utilized really quickly, and then you might feel hungry again. So maybe for some people they need to eat a few times a day, but only eat a small amount. I don't know. It's like you'd either eat a small amount every few hours or whatever, or you would eat a large amount in, like one meal a day or something. But I don't know what exactly if there's benefits. So I've heard that there could be benefits to the one meal a day thing, that it cleans you out more or something, because you have more time to kind of, I don't know. I don't know how true it would be, whether it would make a difference.
Do you see anything
If
else?
you've got stomach capacity to deal with all that food in one meal,
Do you see anything else in nature that just eats once a day? What do you think just usually snack?
it's like grazing, I suppose.
Well, how many times does your cat go to the bowl? About 6, 7 times a day.
Suppose.
It's probably the same
I
pot.
suppose
6,
that you've got more
months.
sustained energy levels then, haven't you?
Yeah, you eat little bits. It's like when people snack, that's the true way of eating, just snacking. It's when you're having a meal and then snacking.
So, Paul Curran in the chat. How you doing? Right. Yeah, it's like with the cattle and all that, where they're like constantly grazing, but I think I'd kind of get bored of that, I guess. But I guess if you don't know any better, then that's your life. But whatever.
Well, when you were a child, you're not exactly hungry at the meal times. There's times you want to just quick into the shop and get something to eat when you feel like it, don't you?
But yeah,
When
you
you've
just kind
used
of like intuitive eating and all that.
Well, it's like when you use your energy up, you get hungry, you go and eat. If you're not doing anything, you don't really eat as much. That sort of thing, isn't it? It's like I don't fill my car up and keep filling it up when I'm going nowhere. Otherwise, it tanks going to get bigger and bigger, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have you ever had to go over
Yeah.
synth? Jim?
Pardon?
Have you ever had to go over synthesizer before?
Have I had to go with one?
Yeah.
I've been on like a sort of, well, didn't really do much on it, but like I was just kind of, like where you've got a setup where it's like, where you got like the music production programs, and then like you've got this like keyboard, and then you've got all this other stuff. You've got like this thing called like chaos pads, which are just like sampling things. And then, so with this keyboard, it's a keyboard, but it's like you can use it like a synthesizer, because the program actually has stuff built into it that kind of like emulates as a synthesizer, yeah, if you will. So I've kind of done bits of stuff, like, but synthesizers, you can pretty much just create any sound you want, can't you? There's no, suppose that
Yeah.
the limit
It
is
doesn't.
your imagination, really.
Yeah, it's like I've got one here, and it's like I didn't realise it. It's doing everything, and you're just changing things how you want them, and it's like everything's in time. And it's like something somebody could do without any musical training, isn't it? And get a good sound out of it.
Yeah, you like, what you mean, like can tweak it until it's like Goldilocks.
Well, can you remember that music maker thing you used to get for the PlayStation? It's like these little squares, and you pick your drum and you put it in the square, and the line goes down, and every time it goes past the square you chose, say it was a drum, it'll go doof. So if you put another one underneath that, it goes doof doof. Something like that sort of thing.
It just reminded me of that. Doof, 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 doof. Dun, 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 dun. EastEnders.
I haven't heard that for ages. I'm glad as well.
No, I've not heard it for a bit. I never really watched that so much anyway. It's just like it was all just like Cockneys all just like arguing. So
Yeah, it's
whatever.
all programming.
But it's funny how like people get attached to characters. It's like they're real people, isn't it? But they're just like made up characters, actors.
Well, when I was with my wife, she says to us one day, Phil Mitchell wouldn't have treated his woman like that. I just lost the plot. Are you actually comparing real life to soap operas now? It's mad.
So I was thinking this thing about. How do you doing, Eyes Wide Shut? So I was thinking about this thing about, because supposedly the air quality is like gotten worse because of all the carbon and everything. So if that's the case, then because we're breathing in the carbon, that it means that we have to breathe in more because the air's not kind of like that kind of great. But if we went, say, into nature and it was clearer, there's more oxygen, whatever, then we might not need to like breathe as much. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we can't
Like
now.
your breathing would slow down. That's what I'm thinking.
Is that since records began? Like we start in the pant. We just think we're breathing. But back then we used to breathe differently.
Yeah, maybe we just kind of like it was a lot more kind of like I don't know, like a lot slower and deeper, I suppose. I don't know. Like
There's no way to tell us really.
no, I suppose if you went into nature, you could just test it, see if you could actually hold your breath longer. I mean, it might be worth trying out. I don't know.
It's like anything else, you can hold your breath longer if you practice.
Yeah, I suppose it's like how you adapt because these runners and stuff. They have to adapt, don't they? Because they're running so fast that they're burning up all these carbs and the carbon that like gets produced, and then you have to like breathe in more oxygen because it's like to keep the whatever the metabolism going or whatever.
Well, it's like you eat the plant that produces the oxygen, and then you produce CO2, and then your waste grows another plant that produces more oxygen. So you're in a perfect cycle there, aren't you? Well, that's
I
the way
mean,
it's
like
supposed
when you're running, like you breathing faster because you
need more
breathe
oxygen.
out more of the carbon, so then you can breathe in more oxygen. Try and kind of.
But when you start putting more oxygen in your blood, you create more free radicals, don't you? Which attack you.
If you put too much in, you mean?
Yeah, the more oxygen.
Yeah, because it's not oxidation. That's what because oxidation has to do with oxygen, doesn't it? The word oxidation.
How rust and stuff happens with oxygen.
Yeah, because that's where free radical damage comes from oxidative stress. So I suppose if if we were breathing in slower, then I suppose you'd have like it would be like the body would have more time to kind of recover, wouldn't it? I suppose.
Oh, I was writing my vitamins and bodybuilding years ago. There's a book called Ultimate Nutrient for All Sports. And it said in there, I think if I get this right, it's either B15 or B12 or something like that. If you took that and ginseng together, it took a while for it to start working. But I think it was the B15 made your muscle work on less oxygen, and the ginseng put more oxygen in your blood. That's why when sometimes you take, you get this reaction. It's like tingling all over your skin.
Well,
It
we
takes
probably
a while.
want to eat food with more oxygen so that can counteract the CO2. But like you said, that you don't want too much oxygen because that causes stress.
Yeah,
So
it's like
the balance that you need.
yeah, it's like, would you want to run your car at full revs all the time? Or will your car last longer if you're just driving at 30 miles an hour all its life? Taking it steady. I mean, you would, if you sit it and never took it out, things would seize up. There would be no use. But just, we're made for walking, aren't we? I would say, really. I don't think we're designed for running all the time. Maybe small bursts, but not the amount that some people do. Like I know he's on about you run 17 miles or something. That would be
So you
under
don't think we should be doing that?
that would be under extreme conditions in any natural situation, wouldn't it? Like the reason for doing that. Not the reason that you did do it, but I'm saying under normal conditions, if you didn't have any cultural influence, like jogging and things.
I was thinking now, if you say, for instance, you get like all the energy you need from like the sun or whatever, then you'd have like the ability to like because whatever carbon that's like it would whenever you burn up it will go to recycle and then basically form into more sugar and just keep you going. And I had this kind of thought like it like a sort of you know like like a light switch or a moment. If that was possible, then guess what? You wouldn't even need to breathe.
I think if some of these things would be like drinking your own urine. I would have a little pipe that goes in the back of my throat and would squirt little bits in now and then. I wouldn't have an anus if I was not supposed to eat. I mean, because nature doesn't produce these
But
things
yeah,
for no reason at
I
all,
get
does it?
that, but it feels like to do that. So it kind of, well, I guess if it's something that's not meant for us, then why would you have the option to do something that's? But it just to me seems like that. Why should we have to like? It's like like wouldn't it be the most optimum if we were able to not eat anything because when you eat you're putting stress on your body and then like and you have to like breathe and all that and you have to I mean you're what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, but isn't life just a contradiction? It's like there is no pain without pleasure. There's no pleasure without pain. It's like scratching that itch. To scratch an itch is amazing, but it's like the itch is irritating. It's like you wouldn't want it all the time, but it's so satisfying when you do it. It's that sort of thing.
But I
You know,
kind of like I almost find things but if you have to have as much pain as pleasure then what's the point in any of it?
well, I
Because
don't,
why is any of it worthwhile?
because it's how much balance do you want? Do you want to be experiencing it slightly and it just becomes the same as experiencing it in the extreme? It is your extreme, the slight.
Why would you want
So
to go through as much suffering as pleasure? Like, why can't you just kind of, like, once you've experienced suffering, then that to me that should be enough. Like, why should you have to keep re-experiencing suffering?
Well, do you? You have to keep experiencing it.
Well, I don't know. It just seems like that a lot of people are going through unnecessary suffering, and it's like,
Well, can a lot of it be created yourself?
well, I suppose it's like self, kind of like self, whatever, self fulfilling or whatever.
It's whatever you see, how you observe it, is the way it is for you, isn't it? What decisions you've made in your mind may determine what your experience is.
Oh yeah.
It's like nobody can make you feel anything. You do that all on your own, don't you? When you think about it, when you take responsibility for it all, it's you. Nobody can make you mad, because the same situation with a different person could have a totally different reaction to. It's not the thing, it's you.
Yeah.
As soon as you hand that responsibility over and you say that you made me do that, you made this, it wasn't my fault.
Pointing your finger at someone and having three
Yeah, then
fingers pointed back at you and all that.
how can you ever control it if you're not taking responsibility for it?
Well, so oh yeah, going back to this, like, you know, was it the Amazon burning or whatever? So what do you think that's all about then? I mean, do you think that's like that it's all been done deliberately to push an agenda or something, or what?
What's that, the rainforest? Is that where they're chopping the Amazon down?
Yeah, where it's like there's been like fires going on.
So they're just burning the trees and everything out there or something.
So you think it's
money.
been done deliberately then?
It's money. It's people who think,
Yeah, like environmentalist hoax or something.
well, it's the elite, isn't it? It's like we want the money thing, but now it gets out of hand because you're starting to destroy the world that we live in for money. So the money has to go at some point. It's like if they're the lungs of the world and you start chopping them down, you're going to get too weak to be able to chop them down at some point, aren't you? And then say, like, the people who are going to live at high altitude, say the Sherpas, who are going to live on less air, they're the ones who will inherit the earth because they're the ones who can come down while everybody else who's been chopping up dies. Because they're used to down here. Them up there can come down because they would have to come down, otherwise because they couldn't survive up anymore until they
So
can
if
live
they
here.
were like chopping them down and then they kind of, I don't know, like they might exhaust themselves doing it, you're saying?
Yeah,
and
well, if it takes in its tail, isn't it? You can't finish it off.
and then maybe like them dying, then going back into the earth to feed the earth, and then
It's irony, isn't it?
to create
It's like
that.
irony. Yeah, like who the people who chop it down now becomes fertilizer for the new forest.
Yeah. It's great, isn't it?
It's when you see it as a balanced thing. It's like when 10 years ago, this heaven thing that we all, this paradise. It's like there's no such thing because what's a paradise for me isn't a paradise for somebody else. So therefore, we in it right now. It's
It's
way
like
up.
one man's trash is another man's treasure, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like you see that sometimes these programs and they go, oh, look at this impoverished tribe that they wear no clothes and they don't have money and things, and then they go back 20 years later, they all wear t-shirts, trading with iPhones and things, and you're thinking they weren't impoverished before. They're living life how they're supposed to. You see them as impoverished because that's how you see things.
programmed
fostered on.
perceptions of what that is, of what impoverished means, and all that.
Yeah. Look, they've got nothing. Well, they had everything,
You
and they
think
had
that you
nothing.
need all this money and all this, you know, state of the art nonsense to be wealthy and all that.
It's, I can see how somebody might want to be rewarded for the work, and if they put hard work in, but the amount that some people get, you couldn't work a normal job and get that much money, so therefore it's skinned off everybody who's got them there. Each and every one of them is paying the price for them, aren't they? Because they're having an unfair slice.
Yeah.
So if I control the company and it's my company, yet it relies on everybody in it, isn't it their company as well? Shouldn't it really be going between us all in the company, not one man?
Well, that's it. It's like everyone in a company should be like a partner. They should all be getting a share because they're all doing their bit, aren't they? Like, to without that one person, like that can't work. So, you know, everyone's just as an important asset to that company. So, but so there's all these like hierarchies. So you've got like the employees, like who get given orders, and then you got like the manager, and then you got like the you know the boss or whatever of the manager. It's like, yeah, I think it's all just crap, all the hierarchy and everything. You know, but
Yeah, it's all bankers and stockbrokers and things. It's all just, they've got everything. The whole world's out of control because of them.
it's like
Anyone
these
who's
pawnbrokers. I was just thinking, like, and pawns like a chess piece that's like they call people pawns, and you're just a pawn in the game or whatever.
Yeah.
Because you're just like a like what the meaning of that's like you're the most controllable because you can move pawns anywhere, can't you, or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it means, isn't it?
Yeah. Whereas like the kings and stuff, they're like the least control. So it's like this might be just kind of giving people this kind of subliminal message that they're the pawns, and then they're being ruled over by the kings and stuff, and it's just this kind of perpetual kind of you know 1% versus the 99% thing.
Well, if you look at the nature of the game of chess, you've got royalty is the most protected and the most
Yeah.
valuable. Then you've got the other things that can do more than the pawns, but the pawns, it's all about sacrificing. You sacrifice the pawns first. So it's like the thing that runs it all is the royalty. Probably even behind the bankers, aren't they?
Mm.
You don't see pictures of the Queen walking around the Rothschilds gold reserves. Like, what's it got to do with that?
Well, it's because they own all that kind of stuff, all the well, they don't own it, but they kind of they possess
It
those
means
kind of things.
when you get into them, money means nothing to them. It's not even a thing anymore. It's about power.
Well, yeah, it's about.
Money.
But they need us to need money. They don't need money for themselves, but they need money in the sense of how they need us to need money.
It's like, do you know? Have you seen that movie? They Live.
I've not seen it, no, but I've heard like bits about it. And stuff like
So they break the transmitter, and it breaks everybody's spell, and they all wake up. And that's what the royal family and all this crap is. It's, the delusion has to be broke. Like, they can't survive without us. It's not like we there to serve them. It's an illusion. It always has been. The big robes, the big hat, the stones with the metal, shiny, and all this crap, and all the ceremony and all that. It's all just to make it bigger than you. And it's not just the same as you. You know better than them, you know worse than them. Because we've allowed it. It's us, isn't it? It's like we've let them be there. We allow them to be there. But the trick is for them to think they're allowing us to be here.
Oh yeah.
You know what?
Yeah, I see Ben in the chat. I mean, if you want to join, I think he's asked to join, but if anyone wants to join it, real conversations going on at gmail.com, the link, and then you can jump on and say what you got to say. Do you agree with what we're saying, and do you want to talk about something else, or whatever?
Here's one for you, Jimmy. Do you know when the people, the psychics, and they say, is anyone in the room with the name begins with the H or E? Or, you know what I mean? So who is it that's forgot the name?
Self-professed
Is it the spirit who? Yeah, but when they do that thing, when they only know the letter of the name, do you know somebody beginning with this? What are they hearing? Is the psychic going, yeah, I don't know the name. I think it begins with, like, what are they saying?
Yeah, I suppose, like, if they were really psychics, then why can't they just get hold of the name?
Well, they know exactly what
Why do they have to, like, just fumble about for a single letter?
Well, why do they have to ask you things? Why wouldn't they just tell you?
Yeah, it's like when you're doing a magic, because I've done stuff with like magic tricks where there's this one where you deal cards down into like 3 piles, and it's like there's 3 piles of 7, and then you say, "Is your card in this pile? Which pile?" They got to tell you which pile your card is in, and then you deal them out again. It's like, which pile is it in this time? And then they say such a pile, and then you put it all together in a way, and then you deal it out again. And it's like, they'll ask you again, and it's like it's in that pile, and then you're set up to like reveal the card, and really, it's all just
Mathematical.
it's like a process of elimination thing, and it's all just self-working. There's actually no sleight of hand or any of that involved.
But you know, at the end of them type of tricks, when you say pick a card, and if they pick the card that isn't the one that you know what it is, you take the other one away, don't you? If they say pick a card, you leave.
Yeah, there's a way like where you have what they call multiple outs, where you have a scenario where if it doesn't go the way that it's meant to go, it can still go a way that's still like a good ending, and they'll just think that it was meant to end that way. The only problem with that is you couldn't repeat that same trick twice on that same person, because it could end up going differently. Unless you could figure out a way to kind of make an excuse as to why it didn't end the same way. I don't know.
But it's a bit like that. Heads are win, tails you lose. So it's like, if nobody
There's this thing where you say, like, where this thing called the magician's choice. I shouldn't really be talking about too many magicians because I do a magic channel, but I suppose people can find this stuff out anyway if they want to. But there's this thing called magician's choice where you might deal out about 4 piles and you'll say touch 2 piles. So then, and then what happens after that is say, okay, we'll get rid of those piles. And then you say, touch one of the remaining piles. And then you're like, okay, let's keep that pile. So what you're doing is whatever they say, you'll make sure that you keep the one that, so it'll look like it's their choice when it's your choice.
Yeah, like when it suits you, pick a pile, pick a card.
But they probably forgot that you've actually discarded the pile that they picked before, and then so they probably forgot about that anyway. Because the amount of time it kind of just misdirects them because they forget about it.
It's how tied up in the chicken where the attention is, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're more focusing on the whatever's going on, like you could do things to distract people, just keep them distract their mind from things. Like time, just trying to do stuff to kind of pass the time so they forget what happened. And then so there's a lot of mental stuff going on with it. It's not just about the sleight of hand, it's the mental trickery and everything.
Misdirection, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happening with mainstream, isn't it? We all being misdirected about it. It's just the same sort of pattern for the game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like say you take the Iraqi war, weapons of mass destruction. Get you thinking about that and your safety. And when they're not found, nobody gives a shit. Because your focus is on now. Oh, we're safe now. And as time goes on, it just gets forgotten, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Lee, but he was supposed to be coming on because I was at his place, and or maybe he's just not been up for it tonight. I don't know because I think he went back today or something because he stayed from Friday to Sunday. So I don't know. I guess he'll kind of explain himself next time. But it doesn't really matter. It's good to just have this one-to-one thing, where there's not all these other people kind of butting in and stuff. Just seems a lot more chilled out that way.
You get a lot more explained, don't you? Like with your expression, you got nothing in the way.
Yeah, because you might not have as much time to get through what you want to get through when there's other people there, because they want to have their bit, and then, it just kind of gets kind of compromised in a way.
It's like when you put your ideas out, does it sort of get challenged? Is that why you voice them?
I don't know. I just kind of possibly just to see what people think, and then if either to get challenged, maybe, or maybe it's to advance it further in a way. It's like if people think about that, then maybe they'll say something. You can bounce ideas, and they might have something to add on to that. Like what you call an addendum or whatever, to kind of add to what you're saying. So it's like say about a certain topic you bring up, and then they might have just thought about something kind of maybe connects the dots more. I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I just think sometimes it should be that you bring something up so it can be tested, and somebody may ask you a question.
Well, yeah, if I bring it up and then someone points out that it's wrong, then great, because then you can correct yourself.
Yeah, so it's there so you can see your blind spots and then consider them, and then maybe even change what you think. But some people jump in and they've got what they think, and they're just trying to convince everybody else, and they don't listen to anything, do they? And it's like, why would you want to be like that? It's like, that's the bit I don't understand.
Yeah.
Because you should be able to explain why you think something, and not as you say why you think something. But some people just think something and they can't explain why they think it.
You
Can't say
challenge
just
people on the religious stuff, it kind of like can throw them off sometimes when you ask them why they believe that. It's like, oh, because such a thing, because that's what they say at church or something. And it's like they can't actually say why they actually believe it, give you any kind of justification.
well, it's like scripture, isn't it? The people keep referring to scripture all the time. And then you've got to ask yourself, if this same thing that was happening then was happening now, would you say it was real? If Jesus turned up and goes, I'm here, I'm back. You know
No,
what I
of
mean?
course not. It's just like probably just a. It's like if Jesus was real, then surely he wouldn't be like a human, because how would anyone know the difference between him and someone else? Or if Jesus wanted to know that he's returned, then he would have to like do it in a way that, I mean, basically like people know it's not just some kind of like, you know, person that's just got like a messiah complex or whatever.
Well, that's what you would actually class it as, wouldn't you, straight away? You couldn't do anything but, even if he was the real deal.
Well, that's it, because most people just write it off. So what would be the point of coming back if no one's going to believe it anyway? How would you do it in a way that's you're going to be believed? And it's like, oh, this is Jesus. You know, I know it is.
So if you take these miracles, let's say these miracles, right? In a time when there's a small group of people following about, and the only word to spread this to the rest of the world is a few mouths. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he turns water into wine. Moses parts the sea. So what examples of these things in the real world could you say that lines up with to make us think, hey, that
Well, my grandma was going on about how it could have just been observation about there could have been something in the water that was like about turning water into wine. It could have been like where there was like a kind of red color in the water that kind of come about.
What was it, Jesus was a hypnotist?
So,
When you drink this, you're going to feel drunk. It's wine.
probably.
Suggestion. And like, could it really rain for 40 days and 40 nights and flood the whole world? That's a bit like saying I'm going to be sick more than I've had.
Yeah.
Like, what events happened in recent time that could say that was true? There's
No,
floods
it's just
happen everywhere.
seems like a fairy tale, not to mention having two of every kind of animal on an orc. Okay, cool story, bro.
2 spiders, 2 horses, 2 birds. Not the whole variety of birds, just 2 birds. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you can do it that way. And even if these characters are real, it's like they're getting wrote about loads of years later. How much the stories change even today? You hear something that you're there, and by the time you see it on the news or in the paper, it's different. And that's documented straight after, so something's been handed on over years. When people couldn't even write. And to be took so seriously right now is just mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like delusional, isn't it? The same as the plastic surgeons that carry out plastic surgeon will chop your genitals off because you've got a mental problem. Turn you into a woman if you think you're a man, or vice versa. Like, that's horrific when you think about it.
Yeah, it's really like so often these days. It's just crazy.
Well, isn't the surgeon that's carrying out just as delusional as the person who's
Yeah, it's just it has to be like kind of equal in a way. It's like whoever's carrying out the operation has to be under some kind of delusion to think that it's okay to chop someone's bits off because they think that that they're a woman when they're actually a man. So they have to kind of buy into being able to change your gender even though that you're biologically male, and it's like it's just absolutely insane.
That's how we deal with mentally sick. We feel delusion sometimes.
Yeah.
And would you do that in any other aspect of life?
What aspects of life?
Like, just fade a delusion, like it's fine.
Well, a lot of
Somebody,
people just kind of like the comfort of a delusion, don't they?
when somebody comes up and says, I'm a doctor and had a stethoscope, would you go out and buy them like a thing related to medical use to fuel that? Do you know what I mean? Some thermometers and a
Oh,
briefcase.
hey, and the tons in the chat. How you doing? Good to see you.
I almost never said it there, did I?
No, I've not seen him in the air for a bit. Yeah.
You think it's because this isn't as accessible as the
What do you mean?
like you just put the link in before, didn't you? Click on it.
Well, I suppose if I'm sending it out privately, then. But I did ask people like if they wanted to join in, they can send it privately. But we were kind of saying yesterday, it's about changing the password. So Yeah. Because they just didn't really, you know, with Jin and all that, it's like they said, well, they're not going to come on if he's on or something. So, well, it is Lee's channel actually. I'm doing the streams and stuff. It's actually his channel, so you know, so it's kind of up to him a bit. But yeah, I changed the password, but he's not come on. I'm a bit kind of, I don't know. Thought he might have joined in, especially seeing as though I changed the password for him. I'm a bit kind of pissed off, really. But well, not that pissed off, but thought
Was
he
you
might
talking
have.
about Lee?
Yeah, don't know what's going on, but if he can explain himself, then fair enough. But
It's not like he likes to drink on it. Something.
yeah, no, I suppose like even when he has been on and he just kind of falls asleep or something. Anyway,
It sounds like he's talking and he must have fell asleep and he just walks up and wakes up and talks this gibberish stuff that makes no sense. I'm listening really carefully and I'm thinking, what's he talking about? It's like just this random like bubble for a little while and just stops again. But like he used to be talking in his sleep. What? You had that with him.
yeah, it's just not not cohesive whatsoever. You mean just like
Yeah. Gotta be like sleep talk almost, doesn't it?
do that myself?
We see them people that thing where they walk about in the sleep and do stuff.
Or sleepwalking.
Sort of, yeah. But bloke actually killed his.
I was thinking like, what if you next to like a canal or something, and you walked out the house in your sleep and walked into the canal? That would be a bit dangerous, wouldn't it?
This bloke in
I
America.
do that a lot. I do that sometimes where I kind of think about extreme scenarios and
Sometimes
what
making
ifs and stuff.
sometimes
Pardon?
making makes things clearer, doesn't it? When you take it to its extreme, just as an example.
What you mean? Isn't it just kind of like makes you kind of like realize how dangerous it could be? Like if you were walking around and you was not conscious, you basically could basically do any kind of stuff. Like you could kill someone, you could be killed, because you might say something to someone and like, and then they might just like stab you or something. I don't know, like because you maybe said something that offended them, but because you were asleep. I don't know, because that's an extreme scenario as well,
Well,
isn't it?
that's because somebody did kill their parent um, in-laws and he woke up and he had went to the police station and says, I think I've done something really horrible. He thought it was a dream. He shot them both. So he had drove there in his pajamas. So it just shows the subconscious. It's like when you drive past you where you're going or with automatic pilot and drive somewhere else, you're not actually driving the car, your subconscious is. So it's a strange thing, isn't it? Could you imagine waking up, you've done something really horrible? That was mental.
Say again.
I says if you had woke up and you had a dream and what you had really done was something really horrible, then how would you be able to handle that? It'd be strange, wouldn't it?
Well, if you've been sleepwalking, you mean?
Yeah, but you had done something really horrible, you just thought it was a horrible dream. But when you come out
Yeah,
of
and then
the
finding out that it actually happened.
yeah,
In a way, it'd be like a double-edged sword, because you have that thing where you've gone through that and it's like you thought it was just a bad dream or something, because you were in this kind of a bit kind of lucid state, whatever, but not like totally conscious or whatever. But so you kind of were in this sort of sleepwalking state, and then you wake up and think, well, that was only a bad dream, I suppose. And then to find out it actually happened, it's like, no way. Oh my god, what have I just done? Yeah, that would be like horrible.
What will be mad is you'll be, say you was there to witness that. You'll be watching that through your conscious self,
Yeah.
while they're semi-conscious state, but they're having a conscious experience in that semi-conscious state. So they're like a separate reality in your reality as well. It's because there's a real for them, isn't it, in the dream? But there's just something like making you do it in a dream. I suppose it would feel like that, like you're not in control, wouldn't it? Or would it make
So
you
it's like you
feel
feel like that you can do whatever you want, I suppose, because it'd be like a video game or something.
yeah, like no
Control it. It's
consequence.
like Grand Theft Auto, so you just start pretending like you're playing Grand Theft Auto, and then it's like, and then you wake up and find it's actually you weren't playing Grand Theft Auto. It was actually real. You were actually tearing shit up and like just like doing
You're
all
just dragging,
kinds of stuff.
you're just dragging people out of the cars and punching them in the face.
Yeah, and then stealing their cars, and then yeah.
Or didn't some kids mug somebody for the first release of like Grand Theft Auto 4 or something like that? So what they've done was what is in the video for real to take the game off them.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you know, on this StreamYard thing, there was this thing where you can edit avatar. Have you got that feature on your? Because you could probably put your avatar up on it, so it isn't just like a white circle, grey circle, you know, torso and head. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can't say anything.
So it says Jamie, Mick, and we've just got this kind of like plain sort of thing. You can change the avatar or something. You go to your icon, and it'll say edit avatar.
My icon, where's my icon?
Yeah, can you see where it says Mick on your
Oh,
screen?
yeah.
If you go there, where
yeah.
you've got the mute mic, and then yeah, edit avatar. Have you got that?
Yeah, it says uploading an image. I've pressed it, but my little
Yeah, so
wheels-
if you got that image, that maybe you want to put that as above, so below thing on or something. I don't know. Whatever you want to put on. But I'll have to think of something to put on as the image. Maybe I'd just kind of use the other one that I already have. I'll try and do that. Upload image. So it'll look better than it just being like that. It's fine. So.
I can't see any pictures of me. My pictures have just come up files, you know what I mean?
Suppose you can always just like have a look later on when
So
you
does
get the
this stay
chance.
on? So it'll be the same avatar every
What's
time.
that?
But if I put it in now, it'll come up as a different avatar each time. I mean, the same avatar will come every time I come on.
Should do, because I've done it on my own channel where it's got that beach thing.
All right.
Trying to find that beach thing, I might just put that onto it.
I've got a picture of the. See, I've got it on my desktop. It's a picture of the moon and walking on the moon with somebody's coloured the sky in
Oh,
blue.
here we go. Right, apply. There we go. I've got mine up now. You see it?
No, because I'm on my pictures trying to get a picture up. For some reason I can't do it.
Hmm.
My computer runs really, really slow.
Well, is it more like a jog or something?
Oh,
You said your computer runs really, really slow. I said, is it more like a jog?
I've got a different as above.
Or is it like power walking or something?
No, it's just a runner. That's a different one, isn't it? Oh, usually have.
Well, it's kind of like the same thing, but it's not. It's not taking up the whole thing, is it?
Yeah.
So it would have to kind of, in a way, fit in. If you could find a way to do that. So it doesn't quite look right. But it's cool that you got this feature on StreamYard now, so they've like kind of updated it so you can actually put an avatar on.
I'll put the astronaut one on anyway.
Just do what you wish, really. So yeah, I'll tell you what happened yesterday, because I went to
Oh, yeah.
thing, right? So I got on the train early, like I got on the 10:03 to Leeds at 11:37, and then I waited around for the train to Doncaster. Got on that one, and then before somewhere just before Wakefield, it stopped because it couldn't get, because there was a train that was stalled on the track at Wakefield, so they couldn't go any further. So we had to so we were waiting there for like half an hour, and then they decided to go back to Leeds, so that then people can just decide whether they want to, get picked up or whatever, or they can just wait until there's a train. So I waited. It was like a one going to Doncaster, and then I ended up getting to Doncaster, but really late, so I ended up power walking for a bit, and then I thought I'll start legging it. So it got me there a little bit earlier than it would have done, but got about 3 hours and a bit. Got to meet Jez and all that. Got to meet Tom, Lee, Jez, like the usual people on this channel, really, but they're not here tonight. But yeah, and then on my way back, got on the train, and I thought I was going on the Leeds train, right? And then it was going through, and then it was like I got to a stop called something Thorn or whatever it was called, and I was like, "Where's this train going to?" It's like, "It's going to Hull." I was like, thinking to myself, "Shit, I'm on the wrong one here. How the hell did I get on this trip?" It's like you have to get off, you have to get on the train to go back to Doncaster. I was like, gutted. I was like, but then I kind of just, I kind of got to a point where I just didn't really care anymore because I was like, well, if I do end up like not being able to get back, it's not the end of the world. Either I can just wait around, or I could just go back to Doncaster, just go back to that place, maybe sleep there. I don't know, like. But I ended up getting back to Leeds though, and then back home, but really late though. It was like nearly midnight.
Well, it's a bit, like you get upset and all flustered by that, it just becomes another adventure, doesn't it? Like,
Yeah, in a way, you kind of just get over it after a bit. It's like whatever. It could be kind of fun if I end up being. Oh, it's like I almost wanted to kind of just be out all night because it would have been kind of fun because you know. But yeah, whatever.
well, I remember years ago hitchhiking
It is
down
what
the
it
road.
is.
Yeah. I remember hitchhiking down London with my mate, and it was like, that was an adventure. Just witnessed some weird things, do you know what I mean, on the way back there and back.
Yeah, because it might in a way be like a blessing in disguise where it's like you think it's like a negative thing because you want to get home and stuff whatever, but in a way it kind of it's like, well, what am I really wanting to get home for and all that, and you know why not just stay out and enjoy it all, just take it all in, just be
Yeah,
kind
it's like
of part of the moment. It's like when you become kind of more in the moment, then you'll not be bothered about getting home and stuff. I kind of just got past the point of bothering really. It just kind of, I think when you do that, you know, people say that journeys seem to take less on the way back than going.
yeah.
I was wondering if is it possible that on the way back that you're more in the moment than when you go, because when you're going, like you're thinking about the destination all the time, but when you're on the way back you just don't really care. You just kind of, you might be a bit tired from that day, you just end up kind of, you know, losing track of the time and where you are in a way. You're just kind of not really, so that kind of, you're kind of more in the moment really, just kind of, you know, just not really being too concerned about where you are and all that, and how far you've got to go and all that. Just kind of letting it just take as long as it needs to, and you know. But on the way there, you're just like really anticipating it, and it just seems like it's never going to happen.
Well, the anticipation every time you're checking to see how close am I, that's like more ticks on the clock, isn't it? I'm breaking that time up into more fragments. But if I'm not thinking about it, if they're like, I'll just think about when I'm almost there. It seems like I got there quicker, doesn't it? Because I'm keep.
Yeah, because you're not really like, you don't keep looking at the time. And it's like, all right, that's gone quick.
I kind of look at it like,
time, and then if you keep looking at it, it's just going to seem to drag, isn't it? Because every time you look at it, it's not passing hardly at all. So
Well, if you look at it this way, if you've done a huge big journey all the way down south and then back, it might be hours in a car. But the next day, it's when you don't, when your mind's right, it's as if it never even happened. It's like it doesn't. That time is like pain almost. You don't remember the pain in the same way. It's like the experience of it.
you know what you mean, like when you're trying to recall, like say you might have, you know, trapped your finger or whatever, and it's like you can't really remember the sensation. I mean, you can remember the sensation a bit, but you can't bring back that pain of it, you know.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, when you're about loving things, that can bring it back in exactly the same way,
Yeah, like you,
even
well,
more
things
so.
like you like taste and stuff that can come back, but not in as intense of a way, though, can it?
It's strange, isn't it? Because taste, it's like a marker in time. It takes you straight back to when you smell that taste or taste that thing. A bit like
Yeah, well,
music.
taste and smell are kind of like they go hand in hand, don't they? They're like the same thing, really, because you can't
Well,
have taste without smell.
it's a bit like that Heston Blumenthal, isn't it? When you watch the stuff he used to do.
You know,
Even
it's
though
like supposed to be this kind of like sensory experience or something like.
it's association by the brain, isn't it? So if you associate fish and chips with the seaside or create the salty smell of sea, I'd say there's and the sound even. If you had seagulls going off in the background, things that
So
take
sort
you
of
back to
emulate that experience of it.
yeah, it all enhances the experience, doesn't it?
Because I was thinking that, you know, with like video games and stuff, like I thought of an idea to make it all more realistic, that you have these like cartridges in it that give out different smells. So if you're, say, going through a sewer, it's all going to start smelling of shit, you know, because just to kind of, as an example.
Well, you know, I was on this hangout before, and it was what's the name? Trouble. And
Oh yeah, trouble about Gillian.
Yeah. So they were talking about AI, and when they were on about taste and stuff. Now, what I was thinking is, if you had AI and it had sensory little sensors, and it could taste, it could tell the difference. It could say this is sweet, this is sour. It would have sensors and it would be telling it things. But could it actually have a favorite and experiencing it in such a way as what a person does? And then could you ever tell? It's like me saying to you, do you experience the same things in the same way I do? Does that machine, because it's experiencing things in the way it does, could I tell whether it's the same or totally different? It's like it's a hard one, isn't it?
Hmm.
But could it prefer one? Could it like one? It could say from data, all use like this, so therefore I'll say this is the likable one of consensus. Or could it really have it from experience? Or is our experience created through that very same process that the computer would have to do? Is it through consensus? Because some places
Yeah, like
the
that
rotten,
you'd have to like believe that that's kind of.
you've been programmed by it. This tastes nice and that tastes bad. Because a baby will shove anything in its mouth, won't it? Even a little ball of shit if you're not careful.
Yeah, because they don't have any like preconceived ideas of what's going to be good for it and what's bad and all that.
Yeah. But they don't pull a
So it's like
face
with
off.
like evil, they won't do evil because they haven't got that preconceived like thing, you know, where it's like until they get that kind of program, they're not going to do evil. So, but they'll do good though. They have this like, it's like they have this sort of innate kind of thing where they want to do good by each other.
Well, say you're saying a toddler pick a hamster up and squash it to death. Would you consider that evil?
Say again.
You're saying a toddler pick a hamster up or a small animal and squash it to death. Would you consider that evil?
But it depends if they intended on like. So it's all has to do with the intention, doesn't it? To me,
It's on the
did they
information.
intend to kill another sentient being? But if they didn't have the concept that that hamster was actually sentient,
Yeah.
then I don't consider that as evil.
So it's not the act itself that's evil, is it? It's
Yeah, it's the
process behind.
intention behind it. Yeah.
It's maybe the same with the butcher or somebody who works in advertising. They're not inherently evil, they're doing an evil thing to the animal. Not to other people, just to their animal. It's like if you suppress what you're aware of, is it the same? So if you're aware that it's a sentient
Say
being, would
again.
you just you know how he says that a child, if it picked it up and it was just failing and it squashed it too hard and killed the hamster, that wouldn't be evil. Because it doesn't understand it's a living thing, it hasn't had any
Yeah, it might just
experience.
think it's like an object or something.
Yeah.
Like a play toy or something.
Yeah, so it's not in its consciousness yet. Right? But what happens if you doing that job and it's an evil job because you know it is in your consciousness, the evil thing, but you put that evil thing, that knowledge to one side and ignore it because it's now being ignored, does that still make it evil?
If you have the knowledge of the sentience, you mean like?
Yeah, but we've got to eat, so you just make an excuse up and put that to one side. Does that make you less evil because you're now not dealing with it?
I don't know, don't quite fully like.
If it's missing from your consciousness through it not being experienced, or it's missing from your consciousness because you become blind to it and you don't want to think about it, does it make you evil? Are you truly evil when you're totally conscious about it and you're happy doing it because it's what you like to do? Is that more evil?
Well, I suppose it's like where you get into this grey area, isn't it?
There can't really be a grey area because at some point in that grey area there has to be definitive one way or the other, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it can't just like be
Grey forever.
Like, yeah, 50 Shades of Grey and only one shade of white and black.
Yeah. You need everything to contrast off, don't you? That's why there has to be good and evil, because what you consider good and evil. Because if there was just white, you wouldn't see. If there was just black, you wouldn't see. You need that contrast between the two in the middle to see.
Yeah, because I was saying like in the movies where every hero needs a villain. Like in
Wouldn't be a
these
hero.
superhero movies where you've got like Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, all these people, they need a nemesis, don't they? Whatever you call it.
Yeah, the contrast off.
Yeah. Because what would make them a hero if there was no evil to? No, I guess you could argue that you can be a hero just by helping someone, But in a way,
Well,
there has to be some kind of thing that it's like, well, why did that person need help? or what did they need help with? Do you need like some kind of gentleman or whatever, gentlewoman, whatever? But
when you get down to it, is there such a thing as a selfless act? Or is everything for the self? If I give you my
in
kidney,
a way, because it's like if you want to like put a smile on someone's face, but that's your own kind of gratification in a way, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I think it was. Eternal Padawan was saying, that kind of thing.
yeah, well, it is. He's right, isn't it? It's like everything's for yourself. There's no such thing as for somebody else. Because if I help somebody out, there was what would pay yourself as act. It's to make me feel better for doing that, even if it makes us feel worse at the time. I felt good being selfless. It's still down to you, isn't it?
Yeah,
Whichever way.
it depends on the reason for being selfless. Like, I suppose, like, if you have to go through a lot of crap to get some kind of satisfaction of being kind of you're helping someone, then I guess in a way it's like if you have to go through more crap than what the gratification is, then to me that would be selfless because you're not thinking about the gratification so much because it's like you just try to help them.
Well, your
But I get what
conscious
you're
self,
saying. What's that?
your conscious self wants a gratification, doesn't it? The conscious you, your subconscious you would just do things without thinking, or would seem
Yeah,
that way.
just like kind of be like on autopilot or something. Just kind of
Yeah, like your
would be.
subconscious, like the quantum computer. But because of all the calculations and all possibilities that it's considering, it needs a smaller computer, which is your consciousness, to make sense of it all. So it has to miss stuff out because your subconscious holds everything.
Yeah, it's like 95%, isn't it, in the subconscious?
Yeah. Because even things coming through your consciousness still goes into your subconscious, and the stuff that your conscious doesn't see goes into your subconscious without your conscious seeing. So it gets everything. It's like your big bag of ideas that you pick from, isn't it? And say you thought of it. But everything's a distortion, isn't it? Like our language when you're talking about dialect being different.
Yeah.
It's a miscommunication, isn't it? You might have the same word, but it's used for something else.
Yeah, so it's like there's no kind of consensus of what the right word is to use in a way then.
Yeah, it's supposed to some point in history, somebody somewhere will have started a new little village up. They'll have been the ones teaching the language, got something wrong, and that's been adopted by the rest of the village as the word being used for that particular thing, wasn't it? So it's like a misquote almost from the original.
Yeah. So it's like that kind of got picked up and then they just kind of rolled with that thing, and that became part of their like you said, dialect, um,
Well, if that's what we do with language, we must do it with everything else.
or sometimes it might be just that people come up with like a quirk in a way, like they just like to give things different names just to be different, and then other people start jumping on it.
Well, could you imagine in loads of years' time, the word chillax becomes the word to relax.
Yeah, like
Loud disappears, and then there'll be somebody somewhere saying, "Well, actually, that word comes from two words." You know what I mean? Because people just be using that one word. It
yeah,
just
that'd
sounds
be
good.
like yeah.
Then there'll be other people coming out with the same stuff but getting it wrong, won't they? The same way, that misinterpretation of the language and the whole point of saying it. The reasons would suffer the same fate almost of incorrectness at times. Like, you must experience your own memory changing things, have you? I
What
don't
do you
think it's a
mean?
man's out. Like when you remember something.
What do you mean,
and
like
actually,
memory lapses and stuff?
you know, when I'm remembering something and thinking it was something, and when you actually confront it again, it's not exactly how you remember it, but it's the same thing. So your memory changed it.
I don't know, possibly. I guess like.
Because your memory is accurate, it fades, doesn't it? And it's always getting renewed. And you tend to remember the better bits because it's nicer to feel the good bits and it gets rid of the crappy bits because you don't want to dwell on them.
Yeah, the brain just like kind of filter out. It's like when people get deja vu, but not deja vu. What am I on about? I'm on about like what's that thing called? Nostalgia.
Yeah, rose
When
tinted glasses.
so the where they just remember all the good bits because it makes them feel better. It comforts you to have all the good memories, but they forget all the rough times that they've been through.
Yeah.
So
It's like giving a house up and saying it was a nightmare, but it was worth it in the end. He wasn't saying that what he
yeah,
was doing. Did you know they used to get shot in the Napoleonic times for nostalgia? Just thought as a disease. So the story goes.
well, I guess if you really think nostalgia like is a thing, then you probably think that it was good that they did that back then because it'd be like a shame that they don't do that now because nostalgia.
Or shooting
Because those
things.
times were better, apparently.
But it's if they start to think about the wife and kids, they're not going to be the soldier that they want to be. So you can get that out of your head straight away. Because other things wouldn't have the same motivation back then as what we do now. It's not like you would know your place more, wouldn't you? You're more oppressed back then than you would be now.
Oh yeah, changing topic a bit. I remember there was this thing that this guy called Tim Sheaf. I probably mentioned before to you, but he was this guy that switched from veganism to like going back to eating meat and stuff. But he was talking about how the soils become depleted or something because they're not putting nutrients back in or something. But what he was suggesting is at one time they would have like when they would have slightly burnt the food and then put the charred bits into the soil or something. I'm like thinking to myself, that makes absolutely no sense. How is burning a bit of your food going to replenish the soil?
Well, how did the forests and all the plants grow up to the point where people discovered fire and what was the animals eating that you burn? Like it's
Well, my point was is that if you burn a bit of it, so what's going to happen with that is it's going to go back in the soil. But if you burn bits of it, then that means that you have to eat more of it to. Well, not more of it. I mean, you have to. You're not using all of what you've harvested or whatever because you burnt a bit of it.
well, it's
So,
like make a logic up to suit your own choices. That's what people do, don't they?
well, because like it was like, oh well, the soil's depleted now, so it's like because he was talking about how he takes vitamins now or something. And, well, I think I take some kind of supplement. I mean, I don't know what I think it's some. I think he said he takes cod liver oil. I think he does some kind of vitamin. I think some kind of might be a multivitamin or something. But it's kind of ironic that he was vegan, and it's like, well, he was saying that it wasn't sufficient for him, but then he goes to eat meat, and then he starts doing all these supplements and stuff. Like, what the fuck? Why is it? It doesn't make sense unless he's just kind of trying to justify his own kind of choices. But again, I'm not trying to judge anyone. It just seems a bit irresponsible to try and, you know, buffer the symptoms of your problem, you know.
Well, is he watching videos and coming up with us of other information? Or
Well,
is it
probably
the
because
logic?
he's probably just been influenced by other YouTubers, all these carnivores and stuff, saying that. Oh, so he might be because he was saying how he was becoming weak and fatigued and all that because he wasn't getting the like when he was doing the Ninja Warrior and he wasn't getting the same recovery, and then apparently he started eating meat and his recovery started improving, but might be a placebo, like we were saying, you know, that
Yeah.
you have this kind of like where if you believe in it that much, then you might not feel the strains as much when but maybe when you get these things in your head through watching all these videos that you if you're doing it as a vegan, you're gonna get sore, you're not gonna be able to recover as quickly, and so you might start feeling that because you get in these whispers in the ear and stuff, you know.
Well, isn't the placebo effect extremely strong? And if you had a double-edged placebo effect in the way that if he was being a vegan, and then he's already made the choice while he's a vegan, he wants to go on to meat, so therefore creating a negative placebo. And when he gets the meat, using that as a placebo to make him stronger, you've got this double effect because he's made himself weaker with one way of thinking, and he's so
Yeah, so
stronger.
what that sort of thing where he feels weaker, the placebo made him feel weaker. That kind of would diminish after that. So he believes that that's because of diet instead of his brain playing tricks on him.
Yeah, it's your brain's extremely powerful. It's the most powerful thing we've got. So it's like, say you was a weightlifter and you're trying to squat 350 pounds or something like that, and you're struggling, and loads of people come into the room. The chances are you're going to do it if you was just say not doing it before.
Yeah, because you
Because
get like the adrenaline, man, not you to do it.
yeah, so there's a mental motivation there to push yourself even harder, which is you end up
It's
doing.
like it's like if you're being chased, you'll be able to run faster for longer if you've got that necessity. It's like you've got that stored kind of adrenaline there if you need to. So I've heard like
Yeah,
that, like the adrenochrome thing, where actually some of these so-called elites are actually harvesting adrenochrome from people who were, abused or where they're scared for their lives and all that, and a lot of adrenaline going through them, and so I've heard some crazy stuff about it. That it's some kind of like thing that they use to kind of keep going, basically. So that because some say they fear death and all that. I don't know.
is adrenaline really a good thing? You think?
I don't know. I guess it depends. It might come in handy for certain things. It's just like a sort of a thing that you can access if need be,
But
but
isn't
not all
there?
the time. I guess like.
Yeah, it's like, are we supposed to? Your life's like a race. It's about running the fastest and getting there quickest, or lasting the longest.
Huh?
If life's a race, and people treat it like a race, isn't it the one who lasts the longest and takes it easiest is the thing? Because if you burn yourself out too quick, it's
Yeah.
all down, isn't it? It's like, do you want to be
Yeah.
a sprinter who can only sprint for a short while, or somebody who can just keep on going and going and going and going? Because that's like
Well, when you
veganism.
look at like these marathon runners, they can actually like the records. It's just over 2 hours for 26.2 miles. So that's 13 miles per hour average. Yeah, for that whole duration. Now you look at someone who does say 1 mile, and the record's like 4 minutes. So that's 15 miles an hour. So like I was thinking, like it's amazing how they can actually keep up that speed for that length of time.
Well, it's like, have you seen a sprinter? Massive upper body, look like a bodybuilder, don't they? And then you see a long
Yeah,
distance runner, like more Farrell and people like that. The
yeah,
thing,
like 10,000 meters and stuff like that.
right? So in that race, if you run the two, and they were doing more Farrell's race for length, for the amount, for how far you go, that's like your lifespan. So if you want to burn it up quick, I'll just keep on going for ages, because that's with the big muscles, you're going to die quicker, I think.
Well, that's what I kind of think, really. Yeah.
Because you put yourself under that much stress all the time, and that stress is there, shouldn't be there all the time, not that much.
Yeah, because
Well,
then the
balance.
body can't heal itself, like, can it?
Yeah, imagine training all the time and never having a rest. Your body would never recover.
Yeah, because
No,
you
no,
need. So maybe you could do like say a long distance run, and then as long as you've got time to recover, as long as you don't keep at it all the time, and it's like day in day out, just doing that long distance running, that's no good. You'd have to recover. There's some mix of stuff. So if you say on some days you just do a bit of a jog, and then some days you do hit it harder, but you could kind of mix it up and just kind of whatever.
Like everything wears out when you push it too hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it's when you do it for too long without recovery.
But you can feel great because you're powerful while you're doing it. So it's all got to be paid back in the end, doesn't it? And that's your life, isn't it, I suppose?
Well, some might argue like, well, you've just got to make the most of it while you've got it. I'm here for a good time, not a long time, kind of thing.
Or what are you? You're not a collection of memories. So you're just the consciousness that hasn't.
To me, it's all
If you think,
about being as like happy as you can be for like as long as possible. Not kind of not let yourself kind of be kind of affected by negativity, or at least not any more than you have to be.
well, you get
You're all going to
happiness
be
from making.
affected by it to some degree, I suppose, but
Can you get happiness from making others happy? Putting a smile on somebody else's face.
say what?
Can you make some? Does it make people happy to make somebody else happy?
Well, yeah, I mean, I like to see like people happy.
So
I
therefore,
like to see people having a good time. Don't like to see people having a bad time. Obviously, it's like unless you
so that
that
would
way
suggest to
inclined
me.
to like that kind of stuff. But
Well, that would suggest to me when we make others happy and it makes us happy, that there's some sort of connection there. Because what's in it for you otherwise? So there's some pleasure making other people happy. And that to me, can only be a mental connection in some way.
Yeah, like if you make, say, like an animal happy, you know, if you, I don't know, like you know that what, like, you know, say you take care of your animal, and it, you know that by doing that it's thriving, and that makes you happy because it, like you say, there's like a connection there.
Because it is you, everything's you. Everything
Like,
is consciousness.
well, there's this whole oneness thing, but I don't know if I buy into the whole thing that everything's all one. And it's, I mean, to me, that there might be a kind of duality going on where we're connected, but we're disconnected at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, of course, we're separate, but we're connected because we're all the same thing. The same way your
So
cells
some
in your
people like
body.
say we're connected through the ether because like everything's a frequency and vibration, and there's no like disconnect between it because everything's connected through all the matter or whatever, I don't know.
Well, to me, consciousness and physical is just a reflection of one from the other. So when the physical, you can't get rid of anything in this world. It just transforms into something else.
Yeah.
For breath, you turn into something else. It doesn't matter what I do. Nothing goes anywhere. So why would consciousness be any different? Because what would be the point? Having it to evolve.
Yeah.
Like that's
So like
is
when that my consciousness like kind of, well, I mean, when my body dies or whatever, then maybe the consciousness just goes elsewhere and kind of
well, there is no
goes
I
into
or
a different, I don't know.
it is just consciousness. The I is the body. That's like the me.
Well, that's the ego, isn't it? The body, I suppose.
Sense of
That's the kind
identity,
of
yeah.
perception of self, isn't it?
It's the label I want to put on it and create this image from that, and that's my ego. The me.
Well, I mean, you're probably like the sort of ethereal, where it's like you're not physical in a way, like, because some say, "Oh, we're light beings," and but light, as far as I know, the light doesn't have mass. It's just frequency. So we could just be a frequency, and some people are on a different frequency than others, and and there's maybe like a sort of like a dualism going on with the body, where your body, if you get it to resonate at a certain frequency, it's going to make you, as the conscious being, resonate at a certain frequency because you're connected to this body in this sort of physical world.
Or you could look at it this way: is that consciousness is just reactions, just loads of different reactions all happening. But that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, because like some people would say that without consciousness there'd still be reactions going on, but going back to earlier with the whole thing of there needs to be consciousness there to for anything external to exist.
Well, if the quantum physics things with the photons of light is true, then everything is just light. It's what we're projecting onto the same media, if you want to put it that way.
Well, it would just be different vibrations on it, wouldn't it? Because
Well, it has to hit something, doesn't it?
yeah, like to balance off. But
Otherwise,
you know,
light's
like the
invisible.
solid things, like you know, say like a brick or something. I mean, that's a very dense vibration, very slow, very you know, not very kind of you know, very kind of stable in a way. Just kind of doesn't vibrate very much. Whereas, say, like liquids and gases that vibrate at a higher frequency. So then it's like you've got light, which vibrates at the highest frequency, as far as we know of, anyway.
So if you hit something, say you hit water, slowly your hand goes into it. If you hit it hard, it becomes hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like the way that you impact something
Yeah.
is good because of the equal and opposite reaction sort of thing, where you have
There's something that's soft vibrating slower, because then it'll allow you to push into it. And something that's harder, say a diamond, is resonating at a higher frequency.
the diamonds are really strong though, aren't they? Like they're really tough.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they be a lower, denser frequency then or something like that?
Well, if I hit, if you think of it hitting something in your hand, the faster it goes, the harder it gets. So if the thing that you're hitting, your hand stays still, and the thing that's vibrating becomes harder, doesn't it? The
What do you
faster it
mean?
vibrates. If I hit the water with my hand and I hit it really fast, my hand won't even enter the water, will it? Until it slows down. I mean, faster than what I normally a person could hit the hand off the water. I mean, really fast.
Hmm.
So if my hand wouldn't go in the water and I would never slow the speed down, instead of moving my hand, if the water was hitting my hand, then the water would feel extremely hard, wouldn't it?
Well, if you like hit the water really fast, you mean?
If the water's resonating, it's super high frequency, it becomes hard. So I would say the hardest things is vibrating quicker than something that's soft.
So maybe it's like the wrong way around or something like. Because they say that you need to vibrate at a higher frequency and become lighter or something. Like.
Well, it's like different.
Maybe we're supposed to vibrate at a lower frequency.
Remember, the light's in us as much as it is out there. So when
Because to
it
me, like
comes,
a higher frequency would mean like where you know breathing a lot quicker, heart racing fast, and things like that. That's high frequency activity, isn't it?
yeah.
But if
But
you're light, you're gonna be more calm, aren't you? More yeah, less stressed.
well, do you know a wave travels slower, doesn't it, through the air than something
Yeah,
that's
like
straight?
waves of light and sound as it goes into a denser medium, gets
If
slowed
them,
down.
if them, if them waves are really small and tightly packed, they mightn't be going as fast as what you think, might they?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, stuff that we can't measure or say might be the looking inanimate might be vibrating faster. We can only measure light is the fastest thing. It's out. It's down to what we can test.
Yeah, because if you can't detect it, it's like you just assume light's the fastest because you've not got the means to maybe if so it goes like a million times faster than light, it might not be any kind of instrument that can detect that. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it just starts to look inanimate. It looks as still as it can be because it's going so fast.
Yeah.
Because if you think of the voice, you hear the thought in your head and then you say it with your voice, and your voice is a sound wave that travels through the air. But that thought, it still makes the same sound in your head, but is it because it's a thought given a higher frequency? Because it can't be heard by the ear anymore.
So in about like when you get these what they call like low frequencies, like where you got really deep like pitches or something
Well,
that can't be detected by the ears.
yeah, if you go too low, you can't be detected, but it translates into feeling, doesn't it? You feel low bass in the subsonic.
Yeah, because that's what they do with like concerts where they actually play these really low frequencies that you can't hear but you can feel it, but it adds to like the experience of it, I suppose.
Yeah, so at a certain point, your ears cut off and you can only feel it. But in the high frequencies, it's going even higher than what you can hear, but you can't detect it at all. And if you say somebody's going to play you something so you can hear it, what they're actually doing is slowing it down to a frequency you can hear, so you're not even hearing that anymore. You can't hear it. Because if I have to slow someone down for you to hear a frequency, I'm giving you a totally different frequency to listen to.
Yeah.
And then it's certain things, when it gets higher than that, does it become sight? Do we start to see things? Same way sonar works or whatever.
Well, I think like, what if there's other senses that we're not like tapping into or something?
Well, say your eyes were like sonars. They send a signal out and it builds an image up. Yeah?
All right.
But that sonar is so fast that you can't say it, you just say it's a light. You would think that it's come from an external source, but it's actually come from you, isn't it? Because sonar is like sent out and bounced off stuff and comes back.
Oh
And
yeah.
it might be the
Yeah, that
combination
supposed ping to Venus or whatever.
Yeah, but it might be a combination of the sun and that ability. Like sonar doesn't work outside of the water, does it? Sight doesn't work outside of the sun. So maybe that same sort of thing. Like need it something it's 50-50. Same as everything's 50-50 in this world.
Say
Like
50-50.
Yeah, this action creates the opposite reaction. That thing, it's all balanced.
Yeah.
So we create the light as much as the light shines down stuff. Because about nocturnal animals, they come out and they can't see during the day; they can see at night. So what's creating their light?
Well, say how we give off like biophotons.
Yeah, or infrared.
I've heard like this thing that you get biophotons from certain foods. And I've heard that the highest content of biophotons is in fruit. And there's some in raw vegetables as well, but fruit is supposed to be the highest.
So see, you had them in the eyes, them photons that light up, and that sends a signal to the inside your brain that's in pure darkness. But because of them, the signals bouncing off stuff, off the sun, creates light in us, not out here. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You couldn't really tell it, I don't think. How would you know?
Tell what?
What's creating light? I know you can put a light bulb on, but it mightn't be just the light bulb itself. might be us as well.
But it's like it's, you know, there needs to be an observer there for it to really exist.
Well, there's catalysts in the things. Some things need another element for these to work. Like a rocket fuel needs a catalyst, doesn't it?
Yeah, you mean that? You mean like to combust or something? Right?
Yeah, it needs another element for that to do its thing.
Or you mean
For
like
light.
like oxygen or whatever? What is
Yeah,
it that it needs?
yeah, like there's something to oxidize another thing in there, otherwise the fuel doesn't work. And the oxidizer isn't as in the same amount as what the main fuel is. So the light, I think it's all coming from the sun. It mightn't be. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think.
What's this surface area? Is it a ton? And he's got about John Rose. I've seen that guy. He's talked about the biophotons and stuff. If you're on about that sort of stuff, but he talks about like raw food diet and all that. And he says he's at 98% raw diet for like nearly 30 years. I think the guy's proper shredded. He's like 65 and
Does he
he's
look
like
30 years?
he don't look like he's sick. I mean, he's got grey hair, but like his hair is actually almost white or something. But it's like I guess if he didn't have the grey hair, I mean, his body's like of someone younger than him because it's like, you know, it's all like proper ripped and, you know, like shredded, whatever you call it.
Well, a lot of what I've seen with vegans is if they've froze from the day they started the vegan diet.
But then there's some that they've had an accelerated age, and have you seen some of them ones? Like there's this compilations of epitome of malnourishment, but I think those haven't took responsibility and they've just kind of followed any advice of, you know, like just eating a little bit and then thinking that's enough because they're on some kind of, you know, calorie restriction or whatever. So they end up looking gaunt and not, you know, really thin, and you know they start getting like wrinkles and stuff because, you know, but the ones who do it properly don't seem to age very much after. Oh, I mean, they don't seem to age as quickly.
The ones I've
But
seen
that's
that's
just
done,
observation.
yeah, the ones I've seen that's done right just seem to just be stuck at the age of when they start the diet, as if they haven't aged from then on hardly. I mean, you bound to a little bit, but it takes just seem to hold it back a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, like there was this one called. I mean, I think she's only done it for a few years, maybe. But someone called Mimi Kirk, whatever she's called, and she's like nearly 80 or something. I think she's like in her late 70s. And when you look at her, it's like, wow, no way. Like, I think a few years ago she was like 71, and it's like they were saying how she's not really showing much signs of aging. Like, she could have settled for someone in the late 40s or early 50s, maybe, or something like that. And now she doesn't even look any older than what she were when she first started the vegan thing. So it's like, well, apparently she was vegetarian for a time, so that might have helped. I don't know if that may have helped a little bit, but yeah,
You are what you eat, aren't you?
yeah. If you like eat the living foods, then you become life. like because I've heard this thing about how if you eat the raw foods, you got the live enzymes in them. You know, so
Yeah, it sells straight away. It does amazing
yeah, it
things.
starts the digestive process right away, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Because when you
That's
don't
the-
have the enzymes, it forces your body to produce more of them, which overburdens the body actually. So people say, "Oh, you don't need uh, you don't need these like enzymes from raw foods." Well, yeah, you might not need it, but if you don't have them, I mean, yeah, your body produces some, but it's going to be easier on digestion it probably if you have it, you know, like have everything the way nature intended in its whole form, you know, without anything removed. And it's just right. Like for instance, having the fruit, you know, when you um, just have the fruit juice and you don't have the fiber, and then people wonder why they get diabetic because they haven't got the fiber to slow down the release of the sugars.
I suppose that's why they're called whole foods, aren't they? Because you're supposed to eat the whole thing.
Whole food diets where it's not having things like oil, sugar, and things like that. Isolated nutrients, like
Yeah,
protein
because
isolate.
it's processed, isn't it? Oil, all oil.
Yeah, so things
Unless
like
you eat a big nut.
whey protein and cheese, that wouldn't be a whole food, would it?
No.
Because to make cheese, you separate the whey from it and separate the curds. So yeah, so if you're gonna have milk products, you probably should just have the raw milk, like. But yeah, apparently it's pretty hard to get hold of. But
But isn't the world the master of balance? And we, the, we decide the choices of balance within us. And it's that imbalance that causes problems. Like refining stuff and processing stuff, because it creates an imbalance, doesn't it?
yeah, because it's like the fiber offsets the the sugars, because they're really simple sugars that just would otherwise be ready to be absorbed right away, and it would just give you too quick of a it would it has to be slowed down. Otherwise, suppose it kind of if you was like it would give you like fast heart rate and stuff like that, which isn't good. Like the body wants to kind of like he's talking about how it doesn't want to burn itself out too quickly. It just wants to have a sustained kind of energy level.
Another thing, should we really be eating hot food and hot drinks?
Well, we talked so like the raw food and all that, but feel like what about winter and all, where it's like, well, you need the hot soup or whatever for winter days or something.
Really,
But you should probably just eat more during winter.
process.
Probably that's probably how you do it because the food itself generates heat
That's it, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say.
because of what is a calorie? It's a unit of heat. So that's probably why we feel more hungry during winter because we're to keep us warm and all that. In summer, we don't want to eat because it's going to make us feel hot.
You drink tea and coffee?
Do I drink tea or coffee?
Yeah.
I've not had tea for quite a while actually, and I tried coffee before, and I thought it was disgusting. So there's your answer.
Coffee's a bad. It's addictive as
Yeah, but
anything.
like how it stimulates you, sends you into overdrive.
It's not so much that. You don't sleep as well, and I was getting heart palpitations all the time.
Yeah, because you're always wired, aren't you, when you have that stuff?
Yeah, well, it never gives the body a chance to really settle and chill out. I mean, even if your mind is, your body's not.
I had some dark chocolate earlier. I know that's probably not the best, but whatever.
It's a weird thing, isn't it? Like it's half rotted, isn't it? Chocolate. You get the beans and they dry them out and they sort of go brown, don't they?
Well, you could eat like well, you could try was it raw cacao powder? I tried a bit of that in my mouth. And I didn't actually mind it that bad. Like people were making out like it's disgusting. Maybe to them it is because they used all the sugar, but I don't mind it that much. It's got kind of nice sort of earthy flavour to it. I don't mind that. I mean, I think if it can be eaten raw, like it's probably good for you. Like we say, like the peas and all that. The sugar snap peas and the broad beans you're talking about.
Yeah.
But isn't cacao a raw thing? Like, I mean, you got cocoa where they heat it, but as far as I'm aware, cacao's raw. That's what they say, raw cacao powder or something. Unless that's just some kind of marketing play and it's not really raw. I don't know. I don't know how they make it. Unless you go in a factory and find out.
Doesn't seem like it's raw with the powder, doesn't it?
Pardon?
Doesn't really seem in my concept of what I think raw wouldn't be powder.
Well, I suppose because it's a processed thing when it's powder. I'd have to try one of the beans and see if I can actually stomach it.
Yeah.
Because it might be even worse. It might be even more bitter. I don't know. Like than the.
But if you've got to process it and it's hugely consumed with massive amount of sugar, it's positively addictive qualities, isn't it?
Well, it's a sugar that you get addicted to, but
not,
there must be something in the chocolate though, and in the bitterness that people will get addicted to.
Well, it's like there's delivery systems, isn't there, for things. So say I took fructose and I'll mix it up and I'll mix it with eggs, an egg white or something, and I drink it.
Like an eggnog or something.
Yeah, like a really sweet. I used to actually do this years ago with lebulus powder when I was 18. I used to train. And you mix it with so many eggs and egg whites. And it's supposed to be a delivery system. So when your body craves the sugars from training, it would bind to the sugar and take it directly to the muscle, the protein. That was the theory behind it. So there's like these delivery systems to take things. I think they've done it with cigarettes. There was a whistleblower came out with it. They were making things more addictive because they're putting delivery systems in, so we're getting more nicotine through into the system with the same cigarette, same amount of nicotine.
Yeah, more efficiently, you mean?
Yeah. So your body could accept more of it, which would make it. They weren't putting as many.
Yeah, so you crave because the more you have, the more you crave.
Yeah, but there wasn't no more extra nicotine in the cigarette. It was because of the delivery system. It would put more into your system. It would make you more addicted to it.
Yeah, because the reward system that gives you more of a buzz. So then it becomes numb after a while, and so you just keep craving more and more.
Yeah, I mean, it's all for money, isn't it? Everything like this, it's all
Yeah.
money.
We call it corporatocracy. That's a long word, isn't it? Corporatocracy.
Yeah, I don't even know what it means.
Well, it just means like corporate, obviously, to do with people making money and stuff, isn't it? And ocracy is like well, it's like when you get democracy and things like that. You got things like meritocracy. That's another one. But some people believe that you should be rewarded on your merit.
Yeah.
So if you're good at something, then that's how you should you should be rewarded for that.
But who's deciding what's what?
What do you mean?
You're getting rewarded for your merit. Who decides what not?
Yeah, because it's like someone decides what's good and all that. There'd have to be some kind of authority, like to tell you that. It's like someone puts out a song and they're making money from that, and it's like, and they're being supposedly being rewarded on their merit, but it's like, who's to say whether that's a good or a bad song? It's just kind of like a consensus thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's like art's the biggest part of shit, isn't it?
What do you mean, like the?
If I'm an art critic and say this is the latest artist who's doing great things, he's got a toilet stuck to a wall. You know what I mean? They just make shit up on the they sell it. That's all they do.
What, just like sell a story, you mean?
Yeah, just nothing. Just
because it could have like that Lowry thing. Looks like a pile of shit, doesn't it? To me, anyway, personally.
I understand what you say, yeah, but I don't think anything's shit.
Well, in a way, I mean, I don't know. It's like what I mean is in that. Why is that so?
Yeah.
Like
valued.
Why do people obsess over it so much? What's so special about it? It's like that Picasso. I mean, maybe it's because it's different. I can appreciate that, like with Picasso stuff. That's different, but
yeah,
I can appreciate the kind of what you call it, like the avant-garde kind of approach to it.
Yeah, it's like Lowry. If you didn't know it was an old bloke painting that, you'd think it was, well, whoever painted this went to the turn 7, wouldn't you? You know what I mean? But,
yeah, like they were at infant school or something like that.
Yeah, but now that's a selling point. Look, he paints like a child, like way he paints and things like a child. It's like they just sell whatever they want to sell to make money.
Yeah.
And you can't. Once everybody's committed and they say, "Oh, he's a great artist," and they agree and they've spent the money and they've collected the paintings, they can't all of a sudden one day go, "Do you know something?"
Oh, hang on. I'm just looking at chat now. Lee's there. Looking at chat, Jamie. Now. I tried letting you in, StreamYard. Oh, sorry. Oh, I kind of. Sorry about that. How long's it been waiting?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that was a bit like. Well, that's what happens when you kind of get distracted. That's the only thing with this StreamYard thing, isn't it?
Yeah, trying to get into it because you have to let the host let you in, and I was like sending you a couple of messages on this back chat on your stream. It's like
Yeah, because there weren't much going on in the chat, so I just didn't really. I weren't looking at it for the last like 20 minutes or so, whatever.
I was like, hello.
Yeah.
And hi, you, Mick.
Yeah, I'm good. You?
Yeah, good man. fantastic weekend at Tom's.
Yeah, it's been blazing, hasn't it, this weekend?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So
It
was it
did
a
cool
Tom?
off though. Like late this afternoon, it started to cool down
Mm.
because it went up to like 29 degrees or something, and then in like an hour or two, it went dropped down to like 20. Like, okay,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So yeah, it's been a good weekend. I've enjoyed it.
yeah. I don't know if you
Just
heard
got
what
a-
happened when I was on my way back.
Yes, you got on the wrong train.
Yeah, and I had to get back to the on me.
It can only happen to you, I suppose, Jamie. Really, but you got home in the end, so
Yeah, all that ends well, as I say.
that's true. Very true.
So what happened to you this evening then?
Well, there. We time we got back. Yeah, we all the traffic and that. Time we got back and had to
Where was it
sort.
bad traffic?
Yeah, bank holiday. It was coming up
Oh
like
yeah,
towards.
of course, innit? Yeah, it was back
Yeah,
Sunday,
like,
innit? As far as Monday, so it'd be like,
going over Harrogate ways. You have to go up towards Leeds, and there's Leeds bloody festival still on. So there was loads of cars still going up there for this couple of days. Plus, then the back roads that we came home on, it was just stop start, caravans everywhere. Ah, nightmare. But by the time I got home, sorted everything out, it was so fucking hot. Ended up falling asleep for a bit. I had something to eat, fell asleep. So I'm awake now. So I thought,
I
right,
don't know how you'd go to sleep when it's that hot, because you think it would just be
well, to
too
be
hot to
honest,
sleep because it's so uncomfortable.
well, it has been. I've hardly had any sleep over this weekend. You know, we're being at Tom's and that. It's been mad. Yeah, it's been a really good weekend. It's been crazy.
Yeah, I was trying to count all the people there. There must have been like 20 of us or something.
Yeah, yeah, all together. Like,
All
especially
kids and
when,
everything.
yeah, all the kids and that. Yeah, yeah. So it's like way too much food, but there you go. It happens with barbecues. All we go overboard. Right, we're good though. Good company.
I ended up going back under the tunnel, but didn't bother doing what Tom said.
Now, I suppose if you go back the way you came, you know where you're going, don't you?
Well, it wasn't a problem for me. I wasn't worried about being too close to the road or any of that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I believe you got on the wrong train though.
Yeah, but could have sworn it was the right one because it was the platform, and it was like, I was like, huh?
At
So after
least
a
you
bit, and
didn't.
I was like,
Yeah, at least you
at
didn't
least I
tell
didn't
anyone.
go all the way there.
Did I come this way?
I
Yeah.
would have probably realised at the next stop anyway because it would have been Goole, and I'd be like,
Yeah.
I'm not meant to
Oh,
be in Goole.
yeah.
I think that would have been the next, either the next one or the next one afterwards. It was Thorn or whatever it was called, and it was like
Mm.
it was going the wrong way. That would have been mad if I ended up there, but I might have still been able to get back anyway because the train that I got on was like it was. I had to wait a bit for the train anyway, so if
Yeah.
I'd have gone to the next one, I might have still been able to make it back anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I was thinking to myself that maybe I would have had to end up going stop at Donny, at Tom's.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a
Oh,
possibility, or just stay out all night.
Well, no, I mean, sure, if you'd have come back, if you thought like, right, I can't get the connection back.
Yeah.
But yeah, because you would have probably got a lift back, say, to mine, and then at least it wouldn't be as far for you to get from mine to Blackburn anyway, would it? Not going all the way from.
I suppose, yeah, I could have got a lift. Yeah, that's true.
At least you made it.
Yeah. But you kind of
Albeit
just
a few hours later.
accept it. Well, actually, it wasn't much later than I intended to get back anyway, because, yeah,
Oh well.
I ended up getting on the Harrogate train, so which stops at Leeds. So
Hmm.
yeah,
As long as you get, excuse me, as long as you get to Leeds, yeah, you just work your way back
yeah.
from
But
there.
I was
Yeah.
bothered at first. I was not going to get the times to get the last one, but it did. It was actually I ended up having to wait like what was it? I got there at like I think it was not 7, like over 50 minutes. I think it were. Actually, it might have. Hang on, just think it. Let's
What?
just try to think which one I got on. Because I might be thinking about the when I was at. Oh yeah, because I got on the Doncaster. They said get on this one because it was
Yeah.
going to be quicker because it was going up to Harrogate, so I got off at Leeds. So I had to wait at Leeds
Yeah.
for 50 minutes or whatever it were, and then yeah. But like I said, also ends well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Ah, Dean's been trying to
So
ring me.
did you see my new password for the channel?
Yes. Yeah, Dean's been trying to ring me.
Yeah, well, he was asking to come on, and yeah.
Mm. Won't be happy, Probably listening in right
So
now.
be it.
Mm. Yeah. But it gets a bit too much sometimes, should we say?
Hang on, is Mick still there?
Are you still there, mate?
Oh yeah, he's still there. Yeah.
Yeah, man.
So apparently, Lobe Busters have been back on tonight.
Oh, yeah. Log busted.
Yeah, Lobe Busters.
Mm. Log busted. Mm. Never really watched him anyway, to be honest.
Well, I used to watch them for a while, and yeah, I didn't even watch. Even when I used to watch, I didn't really always tune in all the time. Where I was, sometimes I'd just be in the chats with them, and just sometimes I'd get into all this technical stuff, and it'd not really be that interesting for me. So I'm just gonna.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Mm.
Or they'd just be repeating some crap we've already said, and yeah,
I think that's all it is at the moment. It's all repeat, repeat, repeat.
rinse and repeat, and all that.
Yeah.
Well, if the mind keeps hearing thing repeated with the same outcome, it starts to think that's the outcome.
True.
Repeating.
Yeah, the more times you hear it, Mick. Yeah.
Like, why doesn't anybody think for themselves anymore? It's always somebody else's thoughts, isn't it? You just pass on. And it kills.
Yeah, it just sounds like they're not thinking about what's being said because they're just repeating it word for word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
You
it's
get
their
people
thought.
like Dell who will just say all these things, and then his minions will just repeat what he says. But I've heard that Gav guy has kind of stopped coming on us over the push pull thing. So I mean, I know, like, some people like to say it's true or whatever. But the thing is, though, some of the people might not be really thinking about what he said. They might just believe it just because he's saying it.
Yeah, true. Go on the belief.
Well, does Dell
I don't
accuse
have
people?
beliefs, mate. It's like my name's beyond belief. From Manchester. And it's like
Beyond
don't have
belief.
beliefs because beliefs disempower you. Yeah, the beliefs disempower you. But it's like, how do you know what you know? How do you know it's not just a belief?
Oh,
Just
yeah.
because you think you know something doesn't mean you actually know it.
True.
Because you might be missing a piece to the puzzle that might throw everything out.
Yeah.
Just
So
seems like a
according,
bit of arrogant to say that you know something for 100%. You
can't
always
know
leave
anything.
that kind of doubt in the back of your mind that you might be wrong. I will to all the stuff that I say, even if I'm pretty sure. I'm not gonna hold to that with 100% conviction. I just think it's kind of more mindful to be open.
Isn't that how a child learns quicker because it can change the way things? It's
Yeah,
never
they're
got
more
anything.
like how impressionable they are at that age. They're able to have the thought process altered, kind of, they keep being altered, but they get to an age where whatever like belief systems that they've been kind of brought up with, that kind of sticks, doesn't it? So they've got all this time where they can change the perceptions of everything and get to a point where it's like it molds, doesn't it?
It's a bit like if you drove and you've never took a test, and then when you do come to take a test, even though you drove for years, you can't do it very well, and it takes you long to get out your habit because you formed that habit, and a child hasn't
Yeah, it's like
formed
if
any habit.
you like have a like ride on a bike and it's like they do like the reverse pedal thing, and because you're used to doing it the other way, and it takes you time to learn to do it that way, and then when you go back to do it the original way, it takes a bit of time to adjust because it's like you got used to doing it the other way.
But will it just quicker to the way
Or
that you?
like when that Les Dawson played the piano and he had to learn to play all like slightly off, but you could still tell that what the tune was. So it's like, so he's learned it the normal way, but it's like he's learned it with the duds in there or whatever.
Yeah.
The bum notes, whatever you call them.
I think
Yeah.
you're probably in the bad playing that he meant to do creeps in sometimes.
Say what?
Like say you act, you play the piece, and then your act is to play it badly, and so you practice playing it badly. When you're playing it well again, could the bad bit that you intentionally do creep into the?
Possibly if you've not like given yourself time to readjust,
Yeah,
like with the bicycle thing.
because you tend to fall back into the same trap all the time, right?
Yeah.
I was saying him on smarter every minute, and he made a bike.
You're being
he's-
smarter every day. So,
Yeah, that's it. Every day, not every minute. Yeah. Do you know when you turn your steering right, the front wheel turn left, and vice versa? And even people who are really good at bikes, do you know these kids who's really talented, they couldn't even ride it more than a few feet. But he's stuck with it for years. They're quicker than him because his son's a lot young, like really young. And he practiced, I think it was for 2 weeks until he could do it. And it was still a bit wobbly, but he could do it. And when he tried to ride a proper bike, people didn't believe it because it just looked like he was faking it. But he genuinely couldn't ride a real bike for a few hours until he got a few minutes until he got used to it.
yeah.
Weird that, yeah.
But he's doing little micro adjustments, like unconsciously to stay balanced. You have to put that in reverse when I turn the wheel that way when I would normally
But
lean.
hang on, I'm just looking at the chat. Heliocentrism, but why don't we see fat old people? Food kills. Well, yeah, that's a point, isn't it? Like that, probably because most of the fat people die early, isn't it? I guess.
Thin
Couldn't
people
it be
die.
that you get fat in your old age? Like, say you was slim and healthy up till you get into your 60s and 70s, and then start putting weight on, possibly. But generally, the problem.
Does it not say more to you that a lifelong diet's catching up with you when people get fat in older age? Because when you change your diet, you don't go like that, don't you? You don't say big fat vegans and things.
Well, that's true.
I think Vegan Warrior is the fattest one I've seen. He's quite chunky for a vegan, isn't he? Something there.
Well, Jamie gone off. Has Jamie
Yeah,
gone?
just do
It's just
you think he's
disappeared.
got
I don't know.
could
I
he,
don't know what's happened there. It's either that or his internet connection shit. Hmm.
So did you go to Tom's house?
Yeah, he came for a couple hours, 2.5, 3 hours. So long journey.
So how many
It
years
was a
turned
long
up there?
journey. Yeah, it was all mainly Tom's family. But there was like me, Jez, and Jamie. Me and Jez went on Friday night. Tom came and picked me up Friday afternoon, and Jez got there about 20 minutes after me and Tom got back. We just spent Friday night there. Saturday night, Jamie came round. Jez went home Saturday evening, but I was sat there with Tom's family all night Saturday night, and Tom brought me home this afternoon, so I was there all weekend. Yeah, it's been good.
Nice, isn't it? Still for a
Yeah.
few days with some.
Oh yeah, I took my lad with me as well, and they had like a paddling pool up and everything, and he was jumping in there with all the rest of Tom's grandsons and nephews and whatnot. Yeah, it was good. Enjoyed it.
That's how the
Same.
world should be, isn't it?
Yeah,
Experiencing each other.
makes a change to do something like that, and especially because we talk online and stuff, it's like putting a name to or a face to a proper name, rather than seeing them on a screen or whatever. It's good.
It is different, but when a person's genuine, there's not really anything. There's no surprises. I think they're exactly the same as they are when you're talking to them on the screen. for
Yeah.
genuine.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It was. It was more or less exactly the same. We just hit it off straight away, like Jez, Tom, and me. Yeah, it's good. It's just like
Yeah,
being on a hangout. It's like being on a hangout, but just in person. In a way. Yeah.
the way the conversation goes better, doesn't it? Because there's no delays or anything like that. You can see each other.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah, and then had barbecue on Saturday, like yesterday afternoon. Way too much food. Poor Tom was cooking for 8 hours on the barbecue. It was like way too much. Could have fed an army. Could have probably fed the whole of North Yorkshire.
I've got to admit, I'm the same. I tend to give people big portions.
Oh yeah, it was definitely. Wouldn't have gone hungry over the weekend there. Anyhow, I even got a bit to brought. I even brought some home this like when he brought me back today. Got some
Did
to
you?
send home with me. Bit of chicken, bit of meat, a bit of salad. There you go. Have some of that. Yeah, nice one.
Did you take your guitar and jam with him with his ukulele and that?
Yeah, he got it out, but his family were complaining. So I ended up because I took my guitar up and I've got my guitar out for a bit last night and the night before. Didn't do too much, just a couple of tunes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to
How long
spoil
have
it.
you been playing?
Say again, big.
How long have you been playing?
I learnt at primary school. I've been playing guitar for a lot of years. It's uh it's mainly like Oasis stuff that I like, you know,
Yeah.
that sort of music, that sort of stuff. Yeah, just jam, just play a few tunes, jam a little bit. You know, I enjoy just picking the guitar up every now and then. It's nice.
Nice when they're just next to you and you just tinkle on your feel like it.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Just pick it up. There we go. Just have a bit of a pluck, bit of a jam. Right, that'll do. Put it down. Yeah, chill
Have
out
you
for a
seen
bit.
them? Have you watched any much of them 3-string soapbox guitars?
Yeah, I've seen how people make them. Yeah,
Not guitar box guitar, I mean soapbox.
yeah, funny.
But they're similar. It's like you got the thumb doing the beat, haven't you? And then you got the other, just two fingers on a
Yeah.
slide.
Mm.
And there's some wicked sounds like C6 Stevie, does that, doesn't he? There's
Yeah,
a diddly board.
yeah. To get that sort of sound out of it, it's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah. They were originally made by the black slaves in America, and they used to use the wire off the fence.
Mm.
Was the string. It's like if you want something, you improvise, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. Improvise, yeah, too right. When's Jamie coming back in? Do you think? Or not?
I don't know. I don't know what's happened. So you can surmise loads of stuff, but you don't really know, do you, until he tells you.
It's weird, isn't it? Let's have a look on YouTube chat. What's going on? Not saying that we're still live. I don't know what's happened there. No, it's not saying. I don't know. I don't know.
So you
10.
learn the guitar, you learn the guitar skill then?
Yeah, I learnt at primary school. You know, just like basic chords and that, and like
Yeah.
songs like "She'll Be Coming Round the Mountain." You know, like basic chords and strumming patterns. You know, just like basic kids hymns and stuff like "Kumbaya" and all that sort of stuff. You know,
When I was a
really,
kid, all we had to check was a recorder.
yeah. But we had this sort of like opportunity in primary school, and I thought, yeah, guitar, I like that. But it's just, it was they never used to charge or anything like that. Nowadays, they charge in schools for music lessons, private, because it was like it weren't in just like it was just like private within a school. Like a few kids that wanted to learn it, sort of thing, at primary school at the time. Yeah, but it's something that I've always been interested in, guitar music. So I just know basic chords and bar chords and just sort of like make a tune up as you go along. But then you sort of like when Oasis came out, you start learning some of their songs and whatnot, how to play along. Look on YouTube now. All you need to do is look on YouTube how to play, and it will go through step by step instructions on certain songs. It's easy now. Internet access, can learn anything.
Yeah, and loads of different versions. Some are like suit your skills better than others, don't they?
Mm. Yeah. I know how to play chords, but I can't read music. It's like a music sheet. I can't read music like that. If I
You
know
can read the guitar.
yeah, if I know
The
what
guitar.
chords they are.
Well, you have like the dots and the frets and things. You can read that.
Yeah,
shit, can't
well,
you?
yeah, dots on the frets. If I know what frets they are, chords, that's it. You know what rhythm it is. It's easy to play, or you find your way through it at least.
It's strange enough you can have, say, 3 chords. Yeah, depending on much order and how many times you play each chord can give you a totally different sound, can't it?
Yeah,
Like different.
absolutely. Yeah, can't it just? Yeah. There's loads out there that use the same 3 chords, but there's so many different songs using them 3 chords, just changing the pattern. It's unbelievable. Say 3 or 4 chords. So many
Yeah,
songs
but,
out there, all the same.
yeah, but like some of the say 3 chords, and instead of playing that strum pattern, play a strum pattern from a different song, or play the chords from another song. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
Or then play it in reverse. It's like the chords go in the opposite direction. I like to
yeah.
do that.
Completely different song altogether.
One
Yeah.
of them things that I've only just took it up, but like in the last couple of years. But it's one of the things. It's like you're told an old dog can't learn new tricks, so you tend to leave things like that alone.
Yep. Mm.
And when you realise it's all just shit that other people are just telling you, and your mind opens up, you can start to do loads of stuff that you wouldn't normally do.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this flat Earth, whether I believe it or not, has opened my life up immensely.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's been a stepping stone for us, but it's like one I would never do. See, I wouldn't want to go through that again or anything like that. It's like I value it.
Mm.
I
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. So.
changes your view on the world, doesn't it? So therefore, you start seeing the world differently.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, too right. See things in
It's like,
a whole different light.
yeah. It's like, you know, when I did think the world was flat. Then first few days when like Howard says, it's like it dawned on us, but it's not. It's only dawned on us then with the information that I had then. But
Yeah,
realization, it was like ominous feeling to go out and look at the sky and look at the world. It seemed like a totally different world to the one I was used to.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, this
There's
is
much
it.
more wonder.
Yeah, it's not right, is it? It's weird. Something not
I
quite
think
right.
a lot of the wonder's gone, hasn't it? And I think that's what we need is wonder. It's what drives us.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, too right.
Can you imagine being told what the world is and and everything that was going to happen. There's no surprises. What a shitty world it would be.
Mm. Huh. You know. Well, yeah. This is it. This makes you think, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Does make you think.
It's like, you know, when you do think, do you ever think of things and then without ever knowing that you might have viewed it or not, you might have things that's in common with beliefs in religions. You've come to the same conclusions, not for the same reasons, but the conclusions are the same.
I probably have done, yeah.
You know, like the way Buddhism works, or, and stuff like that. Or
Alright, sorry about that, guys. I'm just like,
Whoa. Hey, you're back then.
yeah, I mean, connection went down.
Yeah, I said to make that's probably your internet or battery or something.
Yeah, well, I'm just scanning for viruses at the moment, so I'll probably be resetting that afterwards. I have to
Yeah.
restart it to complete that. So it's done, I'll
Yeah.
probably reset.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I wait until I've done this, I can just wait. It went off for a few minutes because the internet sometimes it does that. If I delete the viruses, then it goes away for a bit until more viruses pop up. But this thing works. It's a free thing I've got.
Yeah, it's near enough 1 o'clock now anyway, ain't it? So I'm not gonna stay
Yeah,
on
I
that
know,
long.
but you like haven't really been on that long, have you?
Yeah, I know. I'm like sort of woke up, but it's like I thought, right, I'll come on for a bit because I had the notification, so I'll come on.
Bayoneton says vegan doesn't necessarily mean healthy. Yeah, that's true. If you're eating all the processed stuff like the Beyond Meat and all that, but all the processed crap in it, and if you're eating all the white bread and white pastas and stuff, that's all not very good for you. Well, I don't think it is anyway. But yeah, I agree. That's not necessarily healthy. It's yeah.
You go for the whole wheat.
Well, even that's probably not that great because it's still a wheat product.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it might not be as bad, but it doesn't mean just because something isn't as bad doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it's any healthier, does it?
It's like the lesser of the two evils in a way, and it's like
True. Yep.
yeah,
Mm.
you think sometimes though people can eat a bad diet and they justify it to themselves to make it into a good diet when it's not. And it's a better thing to say it's shitty food that I'm eating, but I'm still eating it, rather than make it into something that it isn't.
but
Like
like try and like make up
kind of,
some stuff
yeah,
that makes you think that it's kind of healthy when it's not.
yeah, to convince myself to give us the
Like
reason
look
to
for
eat.
confirmation bias. So, if, for instance, if you was eating loads of sugar and stuff, you'd refined sugar. I mean, like then you look for some kind of I don't know, some kind of study that's backed by the industry that's biased.
Yeah, and that allows you to do what you want to do because you want to eat the sugar. So
Yeah, it lets you put your mind at rest.
you'll come up with a reason, say something like, "Oh, it's good for energy," just say for a silly reason. But instead of saying it's really bad for us, but I'm addicted to it and I'm taking it, but I'm trying to work
Yeah.
on that. I've got more
Yeah,
chance
because you have to admit that you have a problem first instead of trying to sort of
you should never discard.
convince yourself that you don't have one and just kind of like look for confirmation bias that Yeah.
Otherwise, nothing's wrong, is it? Not saying there's wrong. Where one way you can say I'm doing wrong because I see it is wrong.
You won't like take responsibility then, will you? You'll just kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of was it carrageenan, whatever it's called, Irish sea moss?
Nope.
And apparently it contains 92 of the 102 minerals that we need.
What is that intake on how much? Like what on a daily? What though?
Well, I don't think it matters how much you take, but that's the, it'll contain all the different, like 92 of the 102 minerals that we need. So I take it means like potassium, whatever it is that's in it, all the different
Oh yeah.
minerals, mineral salts, or whatever it is that's in it. But yeah, it's not cheap though, but you probably wouldn't have so much of it. So probably wouldn't be that expensive because you wouldn't really use that much of it. You probably just put a little bit in a smoothie just to give it a bit of superfood or whatever. What's this? Eat meat, wheat meat. I heard this thing that bread was the original meat substitute.
Yeah.
I guess that kind of makes sense in a way because it's got a kind of texture to it, like a kind of like that gluten, isn't it? It's that protein in the bread that kind of makes it kind of stringy and kind of. You can actually use wheat gluten in that bread. I mean, that make like a sort of dough with that, like it's like, and it becomes like a steak kind of thing. That's what people do. It's called seitan, and but it's like 75% protein or something like that. But yeah, that's just probably way too much, really. I don't know. It's a processed food anyway. So I mean, wheat in itself is already processed, but wheat gluten, where you kind of taking out all the starch and all the stuff from it, and then just I don't think starch is very good for us either.
Oh, well, they say you should wash your rice and wash your potatoes before you cook them. And somehow get all the starch out of them.
Well, it's things like starch. People think it's good for you. They think, oh yeah, because it's like slower than simple sugar, but it takes more time to be digested, which means it's taking more energy. So you probably feel tired after eating it.
Probably.
But it's actually probably one of our biggest addictions, starch. It's like you could take things away from people.
Yeah.
Like some people might even rather not eat meat than to not eat starch. They might rather forfeit the meat than to forfeit the starch in a way.
Yeah.
So if there's an addiction there, there's something up with it, I think. I don't think people would get addicted to fruit so much because when you've had enough, you'll not want any more.
It does seem that all the addictive stuff is a processed stuff, isn't it? It's not.
Yeah, because the natural stuff, like I said, when you've had enough, a signal gets sent to your brain or something to make you feel full and not want any more.
The mechanisms are being took away by the processing, haven't they? So
Yeah.
the natural triggers, I suppose.
Yeah, it's like with that high fructose corn syrup. That's the thing they use in the ketchup in the American one. They don't use that here. They just use plain sugar or something. But the high fructose corn syrup is probably the worst because it's from GMO corn for a start. So, but yeah,
Probably not the reason I went in the first place, or was it? Like the reason, even though it does the same job. Probably in the beginning was because people kept buying it because of that sweet chicken. It's once you find out what it's doing and you keep on doing it, that's when it becomes a problem, isn't it?
yeah, like when you know that it's doing you harm. That
Yeah, but you would be selling it, so you think, oh, people prefer it. It's sweet. And then you start putting this culture in. Well, later on you find out it's not actually because it's sweet, it's because you're addicted to it. You're addicted to the sweetness. Not that you necessarily have to like it even. It's going to feel like you like it.
yeah, but I mean, with the fruits and stuff, they have a sweetness, but then after a bit, you kind of just don't want any more of it because it's got all that stuff in it, all the nutrients where you get that signal where you feel full and you don't want any more. You feel satiated.
Well, the other thing you decided that you should eat savoury then sweet. It's like, why are they separate? Aren't they supposed to be mixed together?
Oh no, it just seems a bit disgusting, doesn't it, to mix them
Well, it
in a
does.
way sometimes. But then again, sometimes I have things like Moroccan type of food where it's like it's got whatever it is, raisins or sultanas or whatever, apricots, whatever they put in it, and then they put like rice in it and they put some savoury stuff in. It's it kind of works in a way, but I know you think like rice is really bad and all that. It probably is.
Well, it being disgusting, whether that's something you decided or something you was told first before you experienced it.
I've heard wild rice is pretty good for you though.
Can you eat it raw?
I don't know. I'd have to look at that one. I know they do it at like the health food shops and stuff. It's not cheap stuff though.
What's that? Wild rice?
Can you eat wild rice raw?
No.
Now, normally you have to cook it to eat it, but you can actually eat it raw by soaking it in water. This is called blooming. Since wild rice doesn't sprout, blooming softens and swells the rice if it was cooked. So, what would you say to that then, Nick? Does that mean you can eat it raw then to you, in your definition of raw?
It's a bit of a grey that one, isn't it? Because it's actual first paddy fields are usually wet under. So rice could go in the fields and you could pick it out by hand and eat it.
I suppose that when you've get it from the shop, it's been dehydrated or something.
Yeah, it's had water took out, hasn't it?
Yeah, so you have to put it back in. So, like, you would have it actually wild, literally, having it from wild in nature, and it probably have the water still intact. So that would be fine doing that, but where are you going to get wild rice around here? I think you probably should just eat what's accessible to you in your area. Yeah. Couscous is wheat. Yeah, no. It's durum wheat, just like pasta and stuff. But
I don't think any grains or pulses are good for you.
well, I was just Yeah, I probably said rice or something like that. Actually, yeah, it was couscous. Is like, what I was probably thinking like with like Moroccan food. Or well, pulses. Like, it depends which ones in it, because there's some like you said with sugar snap peas and things like that, because they can be eaten raw. And yeah,
Yeah.
so but you said that you shouldn't eat pulses or something. Well,
What about
it
lentils?
depends if you,
Lentils. Surely.
well, you have to sprout them to eat them raw.
Hmm.
If you did, would you eat
Fried rice.
Pardon?
if you ate them and just swallowed them up so eatable, I would imagine it'd be like what a pea is, like a fresh pea. Something
Well,
like that concept.
lentils soaked up.
Yeah, but when you boil them, they go to mush, don't they? Would it?
Yeah, I've tried soaking it in water, because that's what I did to when I made falafel, and I made it with lentils instead.
Yeah, but it's dried lentils, isn't it?
Yeah, you get them dried, and I put them in water. You leave it for a few hours or whatever, and they double in size.
Yeah, but it's been dried, so therefore the life force is being extinguished from it. Can't.
Yeah,
It's dead,
yeah,
isn't it?
so if you was to get it from nature, like, maybe it would be okay.
Yeah, if you got it straight
So
from
by
the
putting
plant,
water back in, it's not that's not like replenishing it. Then is that what you're saying?
just add water to it rather than taking all the water out and having water once it's dead and rehydrating it.
So rehydrating it doesn't restore the life force. Then is it saying?
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. If you had it orange, got that orange, I dehydrated it. So all I took out was the water, yeah? And then I transport the rest of it to you, and I say, all you have to do is add the water at the other end, and you should have the oranges back, because that's the only element I took out. Would it taste exactly like fresh orange juice at your end?
What do you mean?
If you had dehydrated orange, so it had all the water took out, and I give you the powder, then
Yeah.
all you want to do is add water that had been took from it. Would it taste the same as the stuff that just been squashed from a fresh orange?
I don't know.
I don't
I
think
don't
it
know
would.
really.
Don't know. Hmm.
There's
Maybe
a
something to
freshness.
try out as an experiment.
Well, I've already have. I've tried. That's why I'm asking you, really. Just really get this
It'd
from the
probably
taste.
be pretty disgusting, wouldn't it? I don't know.
It just tastes like the stuff you get out of the bottles, like a pop.
What do you
It
mean, like
doesn't
the
taste.
concentrated stuff, like whatever it is?
Yeah. So that's an orange. It has the citrus taste. There's certain elements it does taste like it, but it doesn't. No way does it ever get that freshness back once it's been dehydrated.
Mm.
Yeah, because there's all the live stuff in it, and like, was it live enzymes and stuff in the, like, when it's
Yeah.
fresh.
The thing about that's probably more important than the food itself. The thing is, it's live.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
what's
Freshness.
allowing it to be utilized and all that.
Or does anything? Does a giraffe pull a branch off a tree, leave it on the ground for a week till the leaves dry up, and then go and eat it? Does that animal kill another animal and leave it on the ground for a week till it goes back to it when it feels like it? I mean, they can do, they can store stuff, but it's not what I'm talking about as a rule, because everything that we eat has gone through that process of death. Like, for us normal people, we can only struggle to afford normal food. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, you'd be paying fortunes to get everything fresh from the plant itself, wouldn't you? It'd cost you student money. That's all you ate, unless you've done it all yourself. Then it'd be hard to do as well. Even water is important. Have you heard about energized water? Like when lightning hits water, the plasma does something to the water that does a similar
They're
thing.
not like ionized water, whatever it is.
No, it's plasma charged water.
Whatever it is.
Plasma
Well, I've heard
charged water.
about what is it? Might be charged water. I don't know.
So it's what
I've
happens.
heard
in
this
nature.
thing that like putting an intention to the water, like putting positive intentions to it, actually alters the structure of it and can like affect us. So when we drink that water, it actually does something to our chemistry or something. I don't know.
Well, life is water, isn't it? Does life exist without water? Like, is it a life form itself is made of that water? It contains water, doesn't it? All it contains water. Not that it needs it to drink, it contains it. So it is made of water.
Yeah, true.
Like it's life itself. You could consider it God in that effect, because in the same way your blood contains DNA, it contains, it's like the blood of the planet. Everything's came from that water.
Well, it's just a medium to carry light, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah, from
everything's a medium, isn't it, of some kind? It's just
yeah,
there
so
to carry the energy. That's what I think.
well, I'd say the world living thing, and it carries the medium of that living thing to us.
Hmm.
Like we're not separate, are we? I think do you feel that more than most people? That we can more connected than everything. I just still feel as separate as you always are.
Oh, no, I think I'm kind of coming more around to like seeing the connection, seeing the how basically like so the plants they give us like the food, and then we eat the food, from the plants, whatever, and we respire carbon dioxide, so that goes back to the plants to feed them because they take the carbon dioxide to make sugar. So it's just this kind of cycle. It's like, well, everything's connected because, in order to have a cycle, that you'll have to connect in a way all the processes of that cycle.
So in a way, then, you think meat eaters are the same as plant eaters, still killing that living organism. So
Well, it
in a
depends on
way,
what you define as living.
well, plants are living, aren't they? I don't know.
Well, I mean, as in
Trees are
like,
living.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, there's this argument of whether they actually have some kind of consciousness or sentience or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough. Animals do. They have a conscious.
Yeah,
They have
and some people say
awareness.
that plants do as well.
Yeah, so it's best of both worlds argument, really, isn't it? If you think about it.
But if it's some kind of sentience that's not like something that we could even really like, because there's this thing that Nick was arguing about, because it's something that we can't relate to, that it's,
Mm.
I guess it could make people more comfortable eating it, because it's like, well, it's not a sentience that they could relate to in any way and like comprehend what is really going on. But
Well,
yeah,
if an animal's getting tortured, you can relate to that, can't you? Because
yeah,
it expresses that discomfort, the things that's happened to it in a very similar way to we do. Where a plant doesn't give me any reason to think that. Not that it's not having that, but it's not that I'm covering it up.
Yeah.
It's just there's no reason to think that.
well,
So I'm not.
I think that when you take a plant, you're not actually, it depends on the type of foods, I suppose, because you could look at it like I've heard this thing about fruits and how it's the highest vibration food, whatever, and because the fruits actually offer themselves up to you. Like the plants actually produce the fruit. It's like they want to be eaten in a way. You know, all the colours and everything, all the the sweetness of them. They're really, you know, it's
Yeah.
like they want. It kind of entices you. Some say they want to be eaten to spread the seeds around. So they produce these like fruits for people to eat them. So maybe when you're eating the fruits, is you're eating the like some people argue about karma and how with fruit you're not actually there's no negative karma with it, whereas with things like vegetables where you're having to like pull it out the ground, that you're actually I don't know, this is just what some people say, that
Yeah.
with vegetables it's actually like say taking a carrot out the ground and it's like you're pulling it out with the roots and everything, it's like kind of being like so some people say that they could be screaming but you wouldn't know because you can't.
Yeah.
Maybe it's on a different frequency that you can't actually tell.
Yeah, true.
But whatever, I guess it's just for some people it's just like I guess there's a kind of comfort in not knowing.
Well, here's one way though, with concern plants and animals. If an animal gives birth to another animal, it's planted its seed in the other animal, and the other animal comes out. And no matter what anything else happens around it, it only feels what it feels, doesn't it? And nothing else can feel its pain. It can only witness it.
Yeah.
But in a plant, I can seed it and grow more plants, and that plant comes down and its life's over. But I can also clone it and take a cutting. So now I can either grow the cotton and eat it, and the plant remains unchanged, or I can kill the main plant and keep the cotton because genetically it is just that plant, just as a fractal, keep on going. So have I destroyed its experience?
I don't think unless you pull it out by the roots, maybe that's when you actually are destroying it. I don't know.
Well, on that same note, I could have a cotton, couldn't I, and a plant, and even though I've bet the plant many times over, the cotton still survives, so therefore the plant has never died and it's still on the go. But if you look at a species is just a fractal of that very same thing, isn't it? I mean, the individual, but as the species goes, the species still survives. So the species was separate, and like we are.
So you're
So that
saying
is
how you
that.
can create more life by sort of splitting it?
What do you mean?
Like when you take a bit of a plant, that plant's still alive, but you take that bit and then clone it. So then you've got
Yeah.
two of them then, but that
So
plant still remains. And
yeah. So it doesn't have a central nervous system as such, does it? As a
it's kind of like when you have two candles, one of them's lit, and then you light the other candle with that candle flame, but it doesn't lose anything.
well, I kind of look like this. You get the plant and you eat the plant, yet the cutting keeps on going. And I look at that as the pattern of consciousness. You're the plant that loses a finger. You're the we the experience of the whole, but we just haven't it inside of this meat sack.
Well, it's like a cocoon or something where it's like goes through like a metamorphosis or something. So who's to say that because what I find crazy is like that every 7 years, every cell in your body is replaced, or somewhere around that figure. And so every cell that makes up you in 7 years' time is replaced by another set of them.
Yeah, and can you actually say, well, stop judging us on that, I'm not the same person I was back then? Because things have changed. Now, is it because of everything's been replaced? Is that why things have changed? Or
Well, I
have they just
suppose in
changed?
a way they've like kind of,
Who
but the
knows?
consciousness has stayed there, but the physical has changed.
So
Well,
in
it's like, say,
7 years, might look
I'm
different.
just
James.
looking at the chat. We've got at hashtag F4676 dumbest people on earth, bravo. Well, you're so opinionated, it's annoying.
Yeah, thank you
Says
very much.
the one that's opinionated. You just
Yeah.
got owned. Bye.
Does
If
it
you're
look
still
like
there.
I give a fuck? No. Do we care? No.
you know, if this is just like a vehicle to drive about in, like a car, your body.
Mm,
Yeah.
it's
Eventually it
exactly
wears
what it
out,
is. Yeah.
and at some point I have to get out of the car, don't I?
Yeah, because it's no longer functioning anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and before I can get a new car, that means I'm walking between the two cars with no car at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the way I look at life. That's how it is.
Maybe when you die and you become a ghost, maybe that's like when you in a search for a new car.
What I'm
Yeah.
in between doesn't actually exist as a gap from here to there. I just have to get out of this one and go straight into that one, basically.
Well, maybe it's like because time, it's like not this, the time, so people say it's not this linear thing, so it's like you could, there's no waiting time to find another vehicle, because you can just like jump through that time and just go straight there.
Well, it makes more sense if you just pop straight back.
Pop straight back where? Here.
Yeah, wiped with a new car, basically, with no history at all. All this stuff was left in the last car. It's just the essence of you, really. Spirit, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, like soul, yeah, whatever.
A ghost of the last you in this you, sort of thing.
Yeah, the eternal you or whatever.
Yeah, like a faint imprint to lie everything up on. Same way a horse can walk when it pops out of his mother, the same way things can do
It's
things
like
quickly.
your blueprint or whatever, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, what you've gathered
it's
are the
what
things
makes
that
you
run.
you.
Yeah.
It's not your body, because you can
Nope.
alter your body, but what makes you you is always there, isn't it?
And that's
Yeah,
not your
so there's only
justification.
one left in the chat now, actually, but there's like 3 of us on it here, so it's like,
Ah,
and it's like Skyfly, bro, if you all get your watch page open, you give it some more views.
Skyfly, bro.
He's not there anymore.
Oh, wow. Well, what time are we on? Well, we are on 1:30.
Yeah.
Well, it says fruits and veggies contain distilled water. The plant distills groundwater. So it must have like a filtration process or something. Of like,
Yeah. Well, do you know
well,
that?
probably because the plants will only take in what's going to be good for it. Any
Yeah.
impurities and stuff, it's not going to soak that up, is it?
Filter them out, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know about nanotubes in water? If you have the right size nanotube, water flows through it extremely quickly. Like that capillary reaction.
Yeah.
I know you got all these little nanotubes that are like roots that actually the water's getting pulled up and that causes pressure in the plant.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then little tubes are like filters under that any particles they can't fit through the tube left behind because it's only, it's like say, if I've got marbles and the tube is a bit bigger than one marble and I try and jam too many through, it won't go as quick as if it's only big enough to fit one row and that row just continuously goes through.
Oh, yeah.
It goes through smoothly rather than like having it slightly big and trying to put rows of two through. They all start to jam up. So when the water can go against gravity and all that stuff if the right size hole that it's going through. Basically, that's all that took.
True.
So you could have nanotubes taking water to a high trough and then the water running out that trough turning a wheel. You could have like energy coming off that wheel, couldn't you? Like a water wheel, but constantly fed by nanotubes.
Free energy, isn't it?
Well, I saw this thing like, was it used a neodymium magnet and there was a light bulb basically, and must have been some circuit board or whatever. But
Yeah, it's bullshit, Jamie.
what do you mean?
Rubs the copper around the magnet and then sticks the wires on the light bulb lights on and says it's free energy. Is that what
So
you're
like
talking
you
about?
got to be aware of like the Hawks stuff,
Clickbait.
haven't you?
So what he does is what he actually does is he's either got a battery inside the light and he just completes the circuit or the battery's wrapped in the copper wire because you never see him start right from scratch to the end. All these things, there seems to be a lump in the copper. When he touches it, it's like it starts to work. It's fake as fuck.
But you're talking about like with the energy, like free energy. It's like
Perpetual
the free
motion.
energy is the it's us, isn't it? The energy source.
Yeah. So outside of us, how do you create free energy?
Yeah, we're just like basically it's all like internal, not external. That's probably the mistake people are making with.
Well, the most in energy you can hope to get out of anything is to get as much out as you're putting in. That's all you're going to ever get out of it. You have to put something in to get something out. Cause and effect.
Yeah, feedback system, whatever you call it, like.
Yeah, like if I have an engine, I have to put the fuel in, it has to create power that way. Nothing is for free. You can't just have a magnet creating power. That doesn't work. It has to have energy forcing it over another magnet or copper to create something. Movement creates it, and then something has to power that movement. And to say the thing that's making electric is going to power the thing that moves, and that's to power it in an excessive way so I get more out of it. Because the minute I tap into it, it stops. So still no further forward.
Baron Ronskowicz is in the chat. How are you doing? Yeah, so the free energy lies within us. We just got to use what we have. We should be not relying on all this crap. If we need to get somewhere, we should use our own 2 feet, 2 legs.
But if you get
If we
more
want
energy
anything,
out,
then we can. Pardon?
if you're getting more energy out of a system than you're putting in, that's just the human race and life, isn't it? It gets bigger all the time, so it's obviously getting more out of it than what's going in it.
So how can you get more out than what's going in?
That's That's just how we work, isn't it? The race gets bigger. If left alone, things will just get bigger. So there must be more energy coming out of us than going in.
Yeah, how can more come out than what accounts for the extra that comes out then?
Well, it must be when it's combined, isn't it? Chemical,
As in
mechanical,
like the
everything that life is.
you mean that when energy comes together, it kind of the way it fuses together, it kind of becomes more kind of powerful when it's together
Combined.
than when
Yeah.
it's. So that's kind of like when we all join forces. You know, we're all. It's like if we all just did our own thing, and you know that can be good as well because we all have our own goals in life. But if we all join forces, you know, then it's a lot stronger then, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Well,
Oh,
if we
so
all
you've
join,
put like a picture up on your
Yeah, I've just found out how to do it.
avatar.
Yeah, I found out how
Yeah,
to
it's
do
pretty
it.
easy to do, isn't it?
Upload a
But it's
picture.
good
Yeah.
that they've got this feature now because it was a bit boring before where you just had like the
Outline.
thing.
Head and shoulders. Yeah. Yeah. Well, why not? Let's put a picture on.
Yeah.
My battery's going dead, so if my phone
Um,
goes off,
yeah,
that'll be me done for the night then.
I'm probably not going to be on much longer anyway
Yeah.
because it's getting
So
late.
I won't
Yeah.
bother charging my phone down here. I'm gonna charge it upstairs when I go to bed. Done then, and I won't be able to
Yeah,
charge
that's
it in bed. No chance.
so. Mick, what do you think about like sweet potatoes?
just same as other potatoes, have to be processed, don't they?
Yeah, apparently they're better because, like, unlike potatoes, you can actually eat them raw. I mean, they're not necessarily the best, but you can eat them raw.
But you know, turnip's quite all right raw, isn't it? Shredded.
Well, carrots can be eaten raw as well.
Yeah, well, carrots is beautiful raw. You just take the carrot as it is, don't you? It's
Yeah, because you
sweet
have
and
like
honey.
carrot sticks and stuff. Dip them
Yeah.
into like stuff, whatever.
Bit of tahini, as it.
Yeah, something like
Tahini.
or it didn't really do that so much yesterday though.
Oh, yeah, we're doing it a
I've been
bit
a
late.
bit conscious. What when you
After
got more
Yeah, after you went,
of
after
it
you had a few more beers, yeah, got a bit like
started
that.
to become more merry?
It's not that he gets people's names mixed up. Kept calling Jez Gin.
June. I bet he loved that, didn't
He did. He kept calling Jez Gin. It was funny.
Well, Baron saying join forces on what grounds though? That depends, doesn't it? Like, I mean, if a few of you like working on like building a house or something, you know, and it's good when you can all join together because you can all help each other. There might be certain things that you need to
Just like the Amish.
like
See, you could pass
help
off. You could
each
pass
other
off
out
as
because
Amish,
they where you
Jamie.
yeah what I say.
You could pass off as Amish. You know, helping. You know, like with the long beard and just all you need is a black suit, white shirt, and a hat. Yeah, and a horse and cart. You pass off as Amish. You building barns and that, because you all help each other
Yeah,
in
I
the
could
community.
start doing like Amish content, right? and call myself Jarmish.
Jarmish Brown. It's Jarmis's journey. Jarmis Brown. That's a good one, that.
You have to do your hangouts from the top of the hill, Jim. You just have to shout them at everybody because you couldn't use the technology.
Yeah. Don't have no telephones or mobiles. Well, you don't have a mobile, you see. Yeah, no communication that way.
I think the trolls are behind me are in trees, just momentarily popping their heads out and shouting things at you.
No, they're down at the river, aren't they? Over the bridge.
Depends where you live in the We'll only use technology at a certain age, is that Amish? Up until like the 18th century, we'll use technology only from then.
Yeah, that's it. The Amish, yeah, they never used. They had no electric or anything, did they? Just used candlelight and whatnot back in the day.
Well,
Still
most
get
of them
Amish communities now. Where they're off grid and stuff, Amish.
they make less impact on the environment, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah.
Well, people will probably think they're primitive and all that, but really it's a better way to live, really, in terms of, like you said, it's better for the environment. It's because they're not like using all that plastic and stuff like. But so that's another thing that could, with the whole plastic situation. But they're not using all these like toxic stuff that's bad for the environment. They're just kind of living off the land and all that.
Yeah.
It's just one big drawback for me, because I looked into the Amish thing. I was actually thinking about doing it, and there's a colony in the island of Amish. But here's the thing: it's the God thing. Like
Oh yeah, the religious aspect of it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, it's like if you became part of the Freemasons, so apparently you have to believe in a higher power or something, yeah. So I don't think you'd want to become a Freemason, would you?
No, not really.
There isn't really a higher power than you, is there?
Well, that's probably why they want you to believe in a higher power, so that you you always feel disempowered. So you're always trying to seek higher. So you're kind of in this sort of hierarchy, and
you're the pawn.
You're trying to get to something that's unattainable.
Yeah.
Chasing rainbows.
Chasing rainbows, that's the one.
Trying to get to the horizon.
My phone's going to go off at any point, so if I disappear...
Yeah, alright. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get off.
Feel free to get off, if you want.
No, as soon as it's going to go any minute, 5%, I'll let it go dead because it's easier. If it goes dead, and I can just charge it from scratch then. But it goes so quick.
Alright.
It's like all of a sudden I'll be talking and then gone. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just glad you could make it yesterday at Tom's. That was good that you actually came. I enjoyed that. Good little bit of a
Reminds you
bar.
of that song, I'm glad you came. I'm glad you came.
I'm glad you could come. Yeah.
I'm going to get off anyway. It's very nice talking to you.
Alright, yeah.
Alright then, mate.
So thanks for the chat.
Yeah, nice one.
See you later.
Yeah, see you later, Vic.
Yeah, see you.
It's been what, 5 hours 44.
Yeah,
You've
it's been
been on.
longer, hasn't it?
Yeah, been a long one. Yeah.
But you can chat with that guy for ages and not get bored.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can chat with Mick for ages. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jin.
But then with people like Jin, it would probably become like a bit like a broken record or something about the revolution all the time.
Kept messaging, kept trying to ring me, and Jez ended up texting him, messaging him in the back chat, one of the old back chats that we've had on Real Conversations, and Jin's been in there. I think if you have a look in the back chat, you'll see Jin and Jez having a conversation about this weekend as well. That's quite funny.
What's that about the weekend?
Jin asking Jez loads of questions.
What like giving him what is it? Giving him third degree or something?
Yeah, usual Jin. Yeah, asking.
Giving him Spanish Inquisition.
That's the one. Yeah. So any minute now, if it
Or
does,
is it Japanese African
yeah,
Japan
Jap
African or
African,
African Japanese
no, Jap African,
Inquisition.
Jap African Inquisition, African,
Afrinese.
Afrinese, yeah, that's another one.
Africanese.
Yeah,
Africanese Inquisition.
oh yeah. Any minute now, my phone's gonna go off, man.
Yeah, and then it'll be.
Yeah, at least you can say goodbye to everyone on the chat, if there is anyone on the chat.
It was 4 now actually at the moment. I think we
Hello
didn't
to
really
everyone.
kind of get a lot of live watching at any point because Lobe Busters were on, so
Yeah, that's the
people
thing.
were busy over there. But we still got 84 watch, like the 84 views up to now in
Oh, that's
total. So
oh yeah.
the last stream got 130. The one before that got 190. That was our
Wow.
biggest one so far on this channel.
Yeah, 190 views.
Yeah, that's just like crazy stuff. If you look at some of the early ones, we got like, so look, first one got 80, and the next
Yeah.
one got 64, 121, 93,
I think that
73, 86.
121. That 121 was when Steve did his little.
Yeah,
That was
maybe
that
some
one.
women shared that out or something,
Yeah,
or men who like that sort of stuff.
probably. Yeah, yeah. More than likely, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, what a great weekend, man.
Yeah, well, it was just one day for me, but it was a long day. Even though I only ended up staying there for just over 3 hours, but
Yeah, no, but got there though.
it was worth it though.
Yeah,
Worth it all in the end.
you got there, and you had them.
But it's more about quality than quantity anyway. You could
Yeah, of
get
course.
half an hour, and if it's the best half an hour of your life, then it's worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. If you have a laugh, even if you're there for half an hour and you get on with
Yeah,
everyone, and
that's it.
yeah, that's it. There's plenty of people there. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, I couldn't believe all that. I thought it was just going to be about half a dozen, and that was it. Because I thought it was just good. Well, actually, kind of forgot that his kids were going to all be there, and yeah, all family,
Grandkids.
extended family, and everything.
Yeah. Any minute now, if I disappear.
Yeah, I know why.
Yeah. Just
So
go,
maybe we could like do a private chat sometime,
yeah, see you
maybe
in
on
as well.
Tuesday or something like that.
Oh, there you go. Gone.
All right.
Told you. It's gonna go.
What's that? All right. So looks like that's it then. Well, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for all the chat participation. Much appreciated. I'm gonna let you all get off and do something else. I'm gonna get some. Well, I need to restart my laptop and then I'll probably get some sleep or something. Because yeah, right. Yeah, take care, everyone. And until next time, peace out.